to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree, we all. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far, the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the soul of a warrior, I will. It's a down for one love and one people. What do you say? Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air. Hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna y'all see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that y'all see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I
All right, fam. Peace and love. So let me get it out right now. I'm getting over sinus infection. Ugh. So you're gonna hear me and going on mute to get it together, but I'm much better. It's all good. So welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I'm your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, October 27th. We are on our 28th show of this series, The Age of Ascension with Brother Odel. So if this is your first time joining us, I highly encourage you to go back to the beginning of the series. This series has, as it usually does with us, it takes a lot of ups and downs and different avenues and roads. But the purpose of this series is to really go into a lot more detail of what really is the age of Aquarius. It's about what is the concept of what ascension is, the fifth dimension. So we took it from several different standpoints, of course, the esoteric standpoint. We also tied it into actual historical events. We actually tied into the standing up of the current system that we see today from a religious perspective, socially, and also from a financial perspective. Okay, so I highly encourage you to go back to those earlier episodes. Shout out to Brother Odel. He has brought some explosive information to the fam. So this week we are scheduled. Now, I have to put this disclaimer out early. Child, we move with the energy around here. So when I see you all, when you see us not sticking on topic, some of you drop off, and that's okay. We're cool with that. But we are scheduled tonight to finish up the financial part, how that ties in to this Age of Aquarius concept. We wanted to come back and close that out. And Brother Odel, he is scheduled to come and add some extra to that, like he always does, because there's a lot of events going on in the news worldwide regarding financials, and it directly ties into the Age of Aquarius, resets, etc. So that's where we are with that. So shout out to Brother Odel. I'm looking forward to him coming on tonight. And please know, Brother Odel is our brother from the UK. So we try to be very respectful of his time. So that means he's 6 or 7 hours ahead of us. So when he's joining us, he's literally not sleeping for the night. He's literally getting off the air with us and then getting up and going to work. So we're always respectful of his time. All right. So with that said, shout out to the YouTube fam. Shout out to the chat. So Brother Sean was in the house early tonight in the chat. Shout out to Sis Divinity. Some people know. Those of you that have been with me for a while, y'all know Sis Divinity. She used to, when we were on Blog Talk, Sis was a part of a couple of series we did. And we was on the Anunnaki stuff back then. Shout out to Brother Wendell. Was myself, Brother Wendell, Sis Divinity. And so when you hear me say Inky Linky them, that comes from Sis Divinity. Because she could never remember Leo's name. So she'd be like, Inky Binky, my bad, Inky Binky now. So it just became a running joke. So that came from her. So shout out to Sis. We have been really, really great friends over these past, sis, how many? 5-6 years. So shout out to Sis Divinity. Shout out to Brother Randy. Sis Sandra's in the house. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Shout out to Sis Tiffany. Shout out to Copper Color. Good to see you, sis. Good to see you. Shout out to Sis Thelma. Shout out to Gentle Bull. Shout out to Engine Gal. I think I said shout out to you, sis. I think I got everybody. Let me see. I think I got everybody. Shout out to Sis Liz. I think I got everybody in the chat. Okay, and shout out to the BCU fam. I see you in the chat. Shout out to BCU. Shout out to the YouTube family that are watching. All right. So with that said, let me bring on my host for tonight. Let me first turn on record. I'll be the main one with a little attitude.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so let me bring on Sis Sandra. Really, BP? Let me put your comment up. I got my comments back to working. See what you started, Sis Divinity. Now we got people running around here talking about some inky binky now. That shit a hot mess. But that was funny as hell because we'll be talking about something and she'd be like, sis,
What's his name?
and she could never remember Enlil's name. She'd be like, Inky Binky now.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's funny as fuck. So I'm trying to put that comment up here. So peace and love, Sis Sandra. How are you?
I'm fine, Sis Brenda. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
It's good to hear yours too. Sinus problems are everywhere. I had them too.
You
I wake up every
problems
morning.
too?
Yeah, it's the time of year for me.
Yeah, and yeah, here because the weather keeps going up and down. It was cold last week, so I started getting sick Friday night. By Saturday, it was a wrap. So I rinsed my sinuses and stuff. That's how I got better. But it's like everybody around here, like this week with work, we're such and so. Oh, they out, they sick. And then we all said at the same time, sinus infection. So yeah, it's been going around. It's shit that they spraying up in the air and these weather changes. It's just too much. My sinus is like, get your shit together. Because literally it was cold yesterday. And today it's warm. So I put on this sweatshirt and then walked outside to get something. And I'm like, I just can't do it. I can't do it. So yeah,
We're doing the same.
Crazy. Yeah.
We're doing the same on the weather. It's really kind of cold in the mornings and then it warms.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been crazy. All right, sis. So it's you and I starting it out. Cause so you know how we fencing to do it.
Yeah.
What you got? Well, go ahead on with the fuckery.
Well, speaking of the financial situation, we're in the throes of probably coming into World War III, and Russia is threatening the United States with nukes, and Ukraine. And so when Brother Odel talks about the system and who really controls it, these leaders are acting like they don't know who's actually pushing the buttons of the West to colonize and control the other countries. So Putin got on there talking about the time of the West is over for being the lead, head dog and all this kind of stuff. But I'm sure he knows the system, how it's rigged, and it's not the West. I mean, I haven't said a word to him. You haven't said a word to him. A whole lot of people haven't said a word to him. But Sleepyhead Joe is out there trying to stir up the war because of his dealings all over the world with China and Ukraine, and trying to circumvent people knowing about what he's doing, his alleged dealings, because they have it on documentation now. They're going to work with it. They say it. So I know Putin has to know that we're not the ones who calls the shots as to who's going to be the lead dog on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And they're already calling the lead dog to be China, but he's saying that they're translating that he wants to be the lead dog next, and then the West, go jump off the cliff or something. So is that? I'm just wondering if that's for show, particularly him doing that, because this financial situation or system is set up by the Pope, and the Queen was part of it, and then somebody else, the Black Pope, Gray Pope, or whatever Pope he is over that Pope. So they need to kind of like chill on their rhetoric on starting wars and stuff, because we actually do live in a dome. And
that's why they ain't finna do nothing. That's why they full of shit. I know it. You know it. Now, 99% of the population may not know it. Now, they'll go to war, but they not finna go to war to the point where they're going to destroy the atmosphere and all of that stuff. Because if they try to get to that point, believe you me, they've already made arrangements to either be in some type of bunker or whatever that can handle that type of fallout, and or they're gonna be already off world. But because we do live on an organic planet, they know how far to take it, because that's their ass. So it's all for show. It's all for show. And the thing that I find interesting, they're more scared of checking up out of here than, I would say, those people that really understand how things work. If you understand that, you're an infinite being, that you have the ability to repeat cycles, you have the ability to, go to various realms. You don't be concerned about that shit. You like, okay, well, whatever. They, to me, it's a small percentage, the 1%, that I don't believe are necessarily immortal. Okay, I think they have to not shapeshift. That's not the right word. I think they have to, in order to survive, they have to jump in different vessels or rent different vessels, where when you are immortal, you don't have to do that. So to me, it's always been smoke and mirrors. And the reason I say that is because they work too damn hard to suppress just the rest of the 99% consciousness. Because if you are a sovereign divine being, powerful, if you are a true creator, you don't have a need to suppress anyone. You don't have a need to cipher someone else's energy. You don't have a need to live off of anyone, because you understand you're a creator. You'll just go do the shit yourself. So their very existence depends on this realm. Their very existence depends on our consciousness, our energy. That's why you are the ultimate asset on this planet, and the planet herself is the ultimate asset. And the sooner that the 99% realizes that, it's a game changer. Okay. Now it's going to take several iteration cycles for the majority to realize that. We're starting to move into that territory with the Age of Aquarius. That's what the Age of Aquarius is all about. It's about knowing. But they're so shook up because they understand it only takes 1% to totally change everything. How do I come up with the 1%? Because it's only taken 1% to control it on what we see now. That's how I know it only takes 1% to flip it. So they're they're extremely afraid of this new Aquarian age. They keep trying to do different multiple timelines and outcomes in order for them to survive. So they ain't fooling me, honey. I just sit back when they talk about this threatening a war. I'm like, oh yeah, okay then. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Well, one of the things is that while they're doing that, there's other things that they're doing to show there's a financial problem. And that is they're releasing people on bond, without bond, and they're, really pushing that sex change issue. And it reminds me, like the bond, is that when you sign up, when you're arrested, you sign the pieces of paper, and you go to jail. And then the judge changes it over for currency, on the stock exchange for him to get paid. Mm-hmm. So if he did murder, that's worth $1 million to the judge, right? But even a murder person is getting let out of jail after they, get arrested. So the system must not be working for the judge to get his cut. And of course,
remember that question when Brother Odel comes up tonight. Remember that statement, rather, because that's an interesting take, sis. I would love his input on that.
Yeah, because I know that the judge gets his cut for the benefit, and they hit that person's bond. But since they're not having money or they're overspending and we're in a recession, I don't think that makes a difference. But there's some reason that they're letting the people back out on the streets because they don't want to prosecute them because it's wasting their money and time, I think.
Yeah, that's a very good point, sis. Make sure if you can remember to bring that up to Brother Odel, but just real quick. It was confirmed about when you go into the system, not the system. Well, it is the system.
It is the
legal in front of the bench under Admiralty law. It was proven. And if you all are not familiar with this guy, his name is Yusuf El. Yusefel. Shout out to Yusuf El. He's been around for a long time. His specialty is the public and private stuff. He really knows his stuff. He's a beast on the legalese side. He was said, because Yusuf was so tight. Here's what's exciting. I'm not gonna go there. Just go check out Yusuf El. He's
real good.
He's real good. He's really he's really, really good. And he'll tell you straight up, do not be messing with no paperwork. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're gonna get locked up. He's really good. Huh?
He used to be a prisoner, I think, and that's how he got out.
That's my point for bringing him up, because he was saying he was locked up. I forgot what he said. It don't matter what he was locked up for. He was locked up. He wrote a bond.
Yeah.
He wrote $1 million bond. And he just wrote it on some paper. He knew how to fill it out. He submitted it to the judge. They didn't let him out. But do you know that judge wouldn't give him back that bond? And he's like, I know that he cashed it in, this, that, and the third. So, yeah, sis, your take on that is it's really, really interesting. Now, that's part of what Brother Odel's going to talk about tonight. He's going to talk about how there's been a switch over of the entire commerce system onto the new system. So he's going to come on and do more specifics. I want to get into the pesos to remind the family of that. And then Brother Odel's going to come on and talk about what went on behind the scenes with all of this bond stuff and why we're seeing the fallout and shakeout that we're seeing now from a financial perspective. And it's worldwide.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's worldwide. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The UK did.
That's it, Sis Divinity. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
The UK did turned over their thing to a globalist, the prime minister now. And they said he's a very liberal, on the globalist agenda for the ESG. And so they're going to probably start going down the tubes and going green and going broke and everything like we have. They're already growing broke. So Brother Odel can probably talk about that too, as well as, when he comes and mentions the other. But also I wanted to mention Floorburn.
Mm-hmm.
She mentioned years ago, about 3 years ago, I listened to her. She said that, and we talk about it too sometimes, that if you get change, get all this fake stuff put on your body and, and doing all these kind of stuff, you have to present yourself when you have to leave this place through a portal that you won't get a chance to get through if they don't recognize you.
What,
so,
Girlie?
Here she did. She said, because they have to.
It's going to be a lot of unrecognizable motherfuckers. Now say that. Say that again. What now?
He says that you have to go through a portal, because you have to get out of here. Or you go stay in this dimension. She says, and if you get all this fake stuff, fake body parts and fake this and fake that, they're not going to recognize you for you to be able to get out. So,
BB, what do the BBLs?
So it goes back to this.
With it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
It goes back to this transhumanism stuff. Because they're going to change themselves, and then it goes back also to this, this sex change stuff that they're trying to get the children to do. Mm-hmm. Because they're going to change from girls to boys and vice versa, and they're going to get all these fake things put on them, and of course they're trying to also in this ESG chip us with that luciferase stuff that we talked about.
Oh yeah. With the bots.
Yeah. So that's gonna not be. What is that? The 12th gate? We won't be able to get through the 12th gate. Basically, I think is what Floorburn was saying, because you have to get through that 12th gate to the 13th with a clear and clean conscience or pure heart or something like that. And these people are not going to make it. This is what I was thinking today. I said, how are these people going to get through there if they're going to get this mRNA, DNA, well, mRNA, that not DNA, it's mRNA, right, from some other creature. Mm-hmm. You're going to get your boys to girls and girls to boys, etc., and trannies and all this kind of stuff. And that's not what they let in here to get out. That's not what you were created like. And so they're going to get the energy of the people that's going to be left here.
I'm disagreeing with Floorburn, because a soul is a soul. Okay. So rather not I go get my tits and ass done. First of all, that ain't my personal business. Okay.
Yeah.
What somebody doing, what they tuck, nip, and lift, that's none of my business. All right. Now the part about the sexual gender and identity, I don't even think it's that either, because we're supposed to be recognizing folks at a soul level. I can't tell somebody whether or not if they, in their heart, whatever the case may be, in their soul, feel that they identify or they want to be a woman, they want to be a man, their sexuality. Again, that's none of my business. And that's at a soul level. We're supposed to be doing things at soul levels. Now, the only part I agree on is what you're talking about when you get into transhumanism. That I can see, because in order to attach to that particular frequency that they're trying to put people on, that's not going to be at the proper frequency to function in higher dimension realms. But as far as whether or not somebody got a BBL, whether or not who you sleep with, because again, and we keep having these conversations, and it's good. We need to have these conversations. It's nobody's business who you sleep with, who you love. That's nobody's business. Whether or not you want to dress up in women's clothes, whether or not you don't, that's nobody's business but that individual's. That's that person's soul journey. And if we really are paying attention, that's 3D level shit. Now, when I get into the elemental penum people's stuff, I got into a certain facet of their shit last week. And I meant what I said, and I said what I meant, and I did what I did, baby. And I stand on that shit. Because your journey is your journey. You don't have a right to reclassify the whole planet. Fantastic. I mean, I changed them from two and put people under pronouns. Whatever you want to identify with, I respect that. Do you, boo? That's why I was in their shit. That is why I was in their shit and trying to tell parents what they need to do for their children. I'm not going to back down from that. I meant what I said what I said, and I did what I did. Because you can't have it both ways. You can't tell me that you want me to respect your sexuality, what gender you identify with, who you want to love. But then you turn around and tell me what I need to be doing for my particular child, and specifically, you're putting a pronoun on me.
Right.
You're being hypocritical. So I stand in what I say. But with all that said, that has nothing to do with ascension and dimension. It's at a soul level. Mm-hmm. And when you get to a point where you truly, truly understand that it's at a soul level, you ain't worried about nobody's BBL, goddamn it, CDLs, PPP, none of that shit. You're not worried about that. You're not worried about who's sleeping with whom, when, or what type of motherfucking date. It's none of your business. That's their journey. This is soul level shit. So I disagree with her on that.
No, she didn't say that one. I said that one.
Okay,
Because
I disagree with you on that, sis. But I'm
no,
sorry. Go ahead.
she was talking about all them body parts you had, and, medals and stuff to yourself.
Okay, all right. So I apologize, Floor Burn. I'm like, because regardless of the fact, if I rolled up with a BBL, first of all, my mom gonna be like, "You on that shit? You smoking?
The
You
problem
smoking?" She still gonna fucking recognize me, so that ain't gonna work. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
what's the problem is they have to have a motive for the lunacy of wanting to make all the children be what they want to be in these pronouns. They have to have a motive.
Well,
And
do you remember how they said the Roman Empire fell?
yeah,
What was the sign? Let me back up. What was one of the signs of the Roman Empire when it failed?
well, I think it was moral integrity.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That begs the reason why it makes a difference, see, because
it doesn't make a difference when adults make decisions on who they want to screw. Now, when you bring them babies into it, that's where the difference is made.
the children is the one that's causing them to lose this country and everything that they've then taken. I mean, they were able to keep it until they started messing around with the children. That's what I see is going down, because the children are the innocents. And I guess the universe really protects children, really, 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 really. And that would be the same in the olden days too, when they were switching their morals around and doing all kinds of illegal things to the children. So the children are very important for the future of the whole universe and for us. But they don't seem that is important to them, because they are really, 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 really pushing these agendas, really, really, really pushing them hard. And I was thinking on the financial level, but as far as the falling of the empire, yeah, that'll work it too, because it's going down. It's really going down.
Yeah. So it's different. Yeah, I just look at it as with a certain agenda that they're pushing, and it is a certain agenda. And I said what I said, and I meant what I said. It's them trying to. They know that the age is ending. It has ended, rather, because we're out of Pisces and we're in Aquarian, and part of that is definitely sexual energy. And shout out to Bobby Hemmett. He called it in the 90s that the rise of homosexuality was going to keep increasing. And he said it because it was associated with the particular energies, because the divine feminine energy is coming back in stronger, and it's how people's consciousness is processing that. Bobby Hemmett called this shit literally back in the 90s, and I wish those YouTube videos were still on. I don't know who took them down, because I didn't see Bobby Hemmett's stuff live in the 90s. I saw in the early 2000s when people would take them VHS tapes and took the time to upload them to YouTube, and a lot of that stuff has disappeared. So whoever's responsible for that, I wish you would put that brother's stuff back on YouTube, because everything that he predicted back in the 90s, he has not been inaccurate about any of it. Okay. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No, I was listening. I listened to some of Bobby Hemmett stuff, but Rome got kind of crazy. That's why they fell. But these people here is leading Rome again. And it's like history repeating itself. They haven't learned from their mistakes of the past. Maybe they didn't think it was a mistake. But they're doing the same thing again. I always thought it was a monetary gain. I know it's a monetary gain for the hospitals.
Yeah, and that's why I said that the lawmakers, you could go fuck yourself. Because what you not finna do, you're not finna tell me that I have to pay for surgery to change my baby's gender. No, you're not finna do that. No, we're not doing that. That's not a decision that I'm making for my child. The answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
Now, once they get 18 or whatever, if that's the way they want to go, I will support them in their decision, although I'm going to try to talk to them and be like, why don't you wait a few years, make sure this is what you really want to do? Because in the case of me, and once you cut it off, baby, that's it. It's gone. You ain't getting that motherfucker back. I don't know if they can rebuild you one. I don't know. That's the issue I have with the whole thing. That and the sexualizing of children. I'm sorry. If you are bringing a child to the gay pride parade, letting him dress up and get on stage and have men throw money at him, you're sexualizing that child. I'm calling it for what it is. Just because you're gay, that doesn't change the fact that that is a child. And like I said last week, and I still stand on that, let's reverse that shit out. What if it was a little girl and somebody took a little girl to the strip club and money was being thrown at her? There would be a fucking outrage. Why is that any different? I'm sorry, it's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. People's sexuality, that is an individual thing. Like I said last week, that would just be like me going to the gay community saying I fuck me, and they'd be like, bitch, and the men would be like, so do we, bitch, and so what's any different? There is no different. The fight should be about your divine rights. Your divine rights as a soul to love who you want to love.
Yeah.
In peace and in comfort. Your divine right to share assets with your partner legally. That's what the fight should be about. How you want to dress up, baby, none of that other shit matters. What you want to be called, none of that shit matters. You deserve the respect of whatever you want to be called. I will respect that. But all that other shit, I stand on what I say. None of it matters. That has nothing to do with your spirituality and your soul level on a grand scheme. We have to be real. We have to grow up. Nobody cares. I cannot force a man to want to be with a woman if he want to be with a man.
Good riddance.
And it's not even good riddance for me, bruh. Do you? I have no problem with that. Vice versa. I can't force a woman that want to be with a woman to be with a man. Like they can't force me to be with a woman when I don't want to be with a woman. We need to grow the fuck up.
You do your thing.
That's why we can't have these conversations with these babies that are gay. Because adults don't have their shit together. And I'm sorry. I don't need anybody to classify me up to tell me some you cis. I'm what? CIS? Bitch, I'm a woman. What the fuck is you talking about? And people want to get emotional. People want to get their panties in a bunch, feeling you're anti this, baby, I don't give a fuck what you feel. I said what I said. I meant what I said, and I stand on what I said.
Right.
No one gives a fuck. I respect you for you. Keep it pushing. But do not cross or, like I said last week, sashay over that motherfucking line telling me I'm cis, this, that, and the third. First of all, baby, I don't understand what the fuck you mean. I got to look that shit up. I ain't finna remember all that. I'm cis, you this, that, but I ain't finna remember that. Now, I will remember whatever you tell me you want to identify with as a person. I'm going to respect that. I'm going to remember that. But if you expect me to remember a long-ass motherfucking laundry list, and then you got the audacity to classify me under this list, that's where I have a problem. When you're telling parents what they need to do at the expense of the parents in regards to their children, that's what I have a problem with. And I'm not going to back down from that. Focus on being the community, because I do think the gay community did a pretty good job of building up a family structure for children that were tossed aside by their parents because of their sexuality. That's how that whole concept of having houses. And see, people don't be thinking, I know about this shit. Yeah, I know about this shit. I have, I don't even have to go there who I know, because that don't fucking matter. You have already done a great job with that. That's what it should be about. Continue to support your community. Continue to support each other. Continue to educate the rest of the populace. But the rest of this extra shit, no, I'm not going for it. No, I'm not finna let you relabel me. What the fuck for? You're gonna respect me the way I respect you. End of story. So people in the spiritual community, you better be careful what you're telling someone else they need to be doing. You better be very fucking careful. That's not your story to tell. That's not your journey to tell. And furthermore, it's none of your motherfucking business. Grow up. I'm sorry, continue, sis.
No, pretty much that was it, except for I was looking at the news in a new light lately, and that's with that list that you had given out, and I was looking at these banking cartels that in a different light, at the illegals that's coming across border. I was looking at them in a different light, because when you read that big, I don't know who you got it from. You got it from Brother Odel. I mean, that was an eye-opener on actually what's actually going on this planet. And he's going to take off from that tonight, you say, if he comes, huh? Because it was really
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
It was really an eye-opener, your list, because, you look at a bank as a bank. You go in there and get your money but you don't look at them like warlords, that they're
exactly, because that's exactly what they are. And what I'm hoping people get out of this series yes, it's of course that part, um, with the names on who's really controlling the entire system. But I want you to always, whatever we talk about, think about the spiritual component to everything. This is what this quote age of Aquarius is about. It's about you knowing you're coming out of that Pisces age. I call it a bullshit ass age, whatever the fuck. Uh, it was a very oppressive age, and that's why a lot of this stuff is going on. That's why the sexuality stuff is going on. That's why the gender wars are going on. And I say, and I stand on what I said. These things are supposed to happen because people are trying to readjust to the new energy. And it's very confusing. It's very confusing because if you, for all of this lifetime, and really probably multiple lifetimes, we just don't remember the lifetimes that we've come back in this particular Piscean age, which we're not in that anymore. All you remember is this old energy and how you need to operate because of the oppressive nature. Now you're going to, or not going to, we are in the era where that's really gone, fam. It's really gone. It's in the age of you're supposed to know, you're supposed to be creating, and people are unaware or they're scared, they're confused, and they're trying to hold on to those old Pisces constructs. And they're struggling and it doesn't fit.
Yeah, you can hear the desperation in people.
Yeah.
You could really hear it. The church is losing all their members.
But the church knew, the Pope and them knew that. That's why they gonna try to come up with this one world religion shit. They because we're not under the Pisces age, and hopefully y'all know the Pisces is the fish, right? Jesus was associated with the fish, right? So hopefully y'all putting this 2 and 2 together. So they knew that. They knew people were going to be coming up out of religion like, wait a minute, this is some bullshit. I'm not getting any benefit out of this. Woo, woo, woo. They knew. They understand the energy. They understand how the energy moves. Most other people don't understand it. That's why it has to be about you and your personal journey and your family. It has to be about that. You can't rely on those old constructs of the Piscean era. You can't rely on it. And people are really, really, really getting stuck.
One of the things that about the children that the parents don't really realize, and I found it out before myself, is that birth certificate transfers ownership of that child. And this is what they're trying to not say to people, and the people don't understand why the state is trying to regulate their children. So, and that's that birth certificate, and the marriage license and the death certificates and all Social Security, that is in the VAT and what you call baptismals and stuff. That's under the control of the Pope, and they're trying to make these parents do. They're trying to bring the children to them and take the children away from the parents, and the parents are getting upset with that kind of stuff because it's a monetary thing. It's a soul reaping and a monetary thing.
Yeah, it's definitely soul reaping and monetary thing. But even with I don't know if you all caught what Brother Odel and I said one week when we talked about the paperwork. Sorry, fam. Sorry, he's allergies cutting up. When we were talking about the paperwork, and I said to you all that your energy, what you put out, is much powerful than any paperwork that they have. It is supposed to be up to you as a divine conscious being to write up your own contract and put it in the ethers and reverse that shit out. You're not helpless in this. You're just not. You are a creator. So again, I don't know how y'all mama and them work, but I done told you, MP, the way my mama work, you ain't finna come up in there and her children are grown. We all grown. She don't give a fuck today, baby. You ain't finna come up in there and tell her how she need to be raising her children if there's not neglect or abuse involved. You're not gonna do it.
That's
So
true.
nobody gives a fuck about no supposed and alleged laws that somebody gonna pass, which they're not gonna do that, regarding monitoring the sexuality of a person's child. It's not gonna happen. I'm just telling you how my family them roll. Cause I don't know about y'all, but we was told growing up. I remember when folks started calling the police on their parents. And I'm not talking about abuse. That's totally
Your
separate.
kids used to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
didn't they?
shame on the parents that are abusing their children. You're gonna get yours. I'm talking about, and not all white families are like this, because it started with the white families, okay?
Yeah.
Black children hearing about their little white friends, cussing out their motherfucking parents, calling the authorities and shit on them, and got the parents scared. Shit, not in the black household.
No, you don't.
My mama tell you flat out, I don't give a fuck
That-
about none of that police, none of that. And I'ma fuck you up
When you get back.
when I get back. She don't give a fuck, baby. And that still applies today.
I know it.
You have control over yourself and your bloodline.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
But really, they were somebody in one of the people were trying to write laws that they will take your children from you, and they can do whatever they want to do with your children. I'm like, ooh, you really sitting out there wrong. And the bottom line is these parents are going to have to step up and take their children out of that system. But but they don't. They're not telling the people why they have the control over their children, and that's
And they're not supposed to tell.
And they're
Why
not
why would your enemy give you their playbook?
I know it. I
I'm
know
sorry,
it.
go ahead, sis.
No, I'm just saying. I didn't say enough. But yeah, I've been watching these parents with the frustration they have, and they're going to force the children to take that hoochie coochie with their regular vaccine series.
How are they forcing the children?
Let's
analyze that.
Well,
How
if
are
you
they
go to-
forcing?
If you go into cities, public schools, you'll have to take
Okay,
it there.
so how's that a force?
No, you got to take your kids out. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. And I know you said that. I just wanted to reiterate that.
Yeah, you got to do.
You have a choice.
Yeah, you have to make an alternative thing because they just passed it with the CDC that it's going to go on the regular schedule of vaccines for the children. It's not a vaccine.
Okay, so we can't get into that conversation.
Well,
'cause
yeah,
I don't
yeah,
feel like the smoke.
Yeah, I forget.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're going to have to take the children out of the system. That's what they're gonna have to do. Find another way to get their children educated if they have to do it themselves.
So any parent that has already went down that road with their babies, why would it make any difference for them going forward? So in other words, those parents that made the decision they don't want their babies to have that particular procedure. I got a talking code, child. They meant what they said.
Right.
And they're willing to do what's necessary.
To protect them.
If they got to take their babies out of the school, that's what they're willing to do. So they're not forcing you to do anything, because what we have to remember, they understand universal law. You're not finna force me to do a motherfucking thing, because if you do, you're going against my free will. That is universal law. You're breaking universal law.
Forcing people to do stuff they don't. And it's not full disclosure. They didn't make any full disclosures either. You know, I mean, seriously.
They don't have to give you full disclosure. They don't have to give you full disclosure. See, as a parent, and this goes back to my ranting and raving in the beginning about the whole sexuality thing of children, and that's none of your business to tell me what the fuck to with my child. It's the same concept. It is your responsibility as a parent. It's not this system's responsibility to teach me. It ain't their responsibility to teach my children. It's my responsibility. I don't look for my enslaver / colonizer to put me up on game. It's our responsibility.
I agree with that 100%. And what I was talking about full disclosure is I was talking about not the surgeries and all that kind of stuff, but the other part of the immunization schedule. Why are you going to make my kids do this? You know, they're not
making the children do that. The parents have left it in the hands of them. They have given their consent.
They don't have to take it back.
That's like me walking in the restaurant and they say, Rhonda, you have to wear a mask. That's them people's motherfucking establishment.
Yep.
Now, if I don't want to wear a mask, then I don't go to their fucking establishment. They're not forcing people to do anything.
Wholeness and power.
Hey, peace and love, Brother Shine.
Peace and love, brother.
How are you?
Glad to hear
I'm
you.
Good.
Yeah, good to hear your voice.
Y'all good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm you're gonna hear me with my sinuses and stuff tonight, but I'm good. You good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good to hear your voice. All right, so nobody is a victim. The only ones that I'm going to allow to be victims are the babies.
You know, and I like to make a point too. This is like Thelma Humphreys said, they're not making the illegals do any of this stuff. So
they're not making you do it either, but continue.
No. I mean, they're not requiring it. Let me change my.
Yeah, and I keep doing that. I'm like, she gonna catch on while I keep doing it.
Yeah, they're not requiring. Yes, there's legals to do it, and that's what Thelma Humphrey says, and that's truth. So that'll give you fuel for fire anyway. If you take a look at the fact that what's so special about us, you know, why would you target us? You're a target. And you know,
What has been new? When haven't you not been the target?
yeah, I mean, seriously.
And again, and the reason I keep going over this, I'm going over it for a purpose. Because we are supposed to be at the point of being a creator.
Yeah, self-sufficiency too.
Right. That's being a creator is self-sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so
Yes, sir.
the children aren't victims, they're sacrifices
Yeah.
because motherfuckers are weak.
Come on with it now.
Weak punk bitches that get fear is ruling them.
Yep.
That's why I call them weak punk bitches. Out of fear, they sacrifice their children so that they don't have to have responsibilities.
Come on now. Come on with it.
What your child learns is your fucking responsibility.
That part.
You're letting your child be brought up as a corporate citizen / slave.
Exactly.
They're not supposed to teach your child anything empowering about self. That's detrimental to their survival.
That's right.
You ain't even learned that from them. They not gonna cut off their nose to spite their face.
That's right.
They want to smell what they eating.
Woo.
They want to enjoy every fucking morsel of it.
Yeah.
And that's what we provide. We give them everything they want. We put all the seasonings and herbs and everything on it. We had to be
Right.
marinated for
I was gonna
it.
say let that motherfucker marinate. Right. All of that part.
And keep blaming everybody but goddamn self.
That's
Yeah,
right.
they gonna have to step up.
These goddamn excuses and this fear mongering. This shit is old. It's tired.
Old.
It's the same old script. They keep scaring you with the same goddamn boogeyman. And that boogeyman is you. All they do is keep putting a mirror in front of your dumb ass. And you get scared. Because you don't even know what the fuck you really look like. You don't know what you look like as chaos. You don't know what you look like as beauty. Because you can't seem to resonate and balance with either one. That's why you're all fucked up. That's why it's so easy to sacrifice the babies.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that one.
And what good do you think is going to happen for you to sacrifice your babies? You think that's some high vibrational shit?
No, it's not. And
You
you failed
lowest
your
the fuck-
assignment, but keep going.
Man, you lowest the fuck as you could possibly be. They ain't even got to fuck with you because you already in check.
Exactly.
You ain't no threat. That's why they just let you run around, say what you're saying, doing what you're doing, because they got you. I ain't even got to pay you no attention. You perpetuating everything I want you to perpetuate. You everything that I want you to be. You the perfect gatekeeper.
Come on with it now.
I don't have to do nothing as long as I got somebody like you that's gonna keep the program going, that's gonna gladly and willingly sacrifice your babies and other people's babies. All I got to do is sit back and get fat. I just sit back and just eat. You putting in all the work for them. They ain't got to do shit. They have dead in the crypt. And you just keep giving them energy.
Exactly.
They ain't even got to climb out the crypt. You digging them up, climbing in the crypt with the motherfucker. Breathe, breathe. You can't die yet.
Right.
We need
Doing
you.
mouth to mouth and pumping it. Just wake up, keep harassing me. Wake up, colonize. Keep colonizing me. Come on, wake up. I'm sorry.
Right.
Go ahead, Brother Sean.
You can have me. You can have me. Yeah, that's truth, bro.
Just keeping with that third dimensional shit and keep talking about 5D, age of knowing, but everything is still third dimensional that you're doing, that you're thinking,
Right.
that you put your energy into, and think that you're going to get away from anything or anybody. It's not happening. And I think y'all know that too. Y'all want company. You got that crab mentality. You want everybody to stay with you in your misery. Love to trauma bomb.
Woo! Yeah.
Once you get to talking about good things, having a good time, and some high vibrational shit, motherfuckers get to looking at you like you crazy.
Yep.
Don't even want to be around you at all.
Happy ass nigga.
Right.
Y'all know that's how people be. Happy ass nigga. But go ahead, Brother Sean.
Minute a motherfucker get to talking about some problems, or this didn't happen, or I'm going through this. You got a whole motherfucking audience.
Sis, turn your
Everybody.
TV down. Mute your TV. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Everybody paying attention then. Motherfuckers you didn't even know was around all of a sudden peeking around the goddamn corner like, what? That happened? This happened?
Right. Oh, you getting your ass
What?
kicked? Girl.
Yeah.
Right.
Damn, what? They about to put y'all out?
Right.
Oh,
Right.
shit, that's fucked up. Y'all done lost the house?
All right. Right.
Such and such in jail? What? They killed who?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Yep. Yep.
They love it. Eating it up.
Yep.
Minute you tell a motherfucker, you about to move,
Right.
you moving on up and out of the hood. Oh, uppity ass nigga.
Right.
Stuck up ass motherfucker.
Bougie ass bitch. And I got my bougie sweatshirt on tonight, bitches. But go ahead, Brother Sean.
Oh, Oreo ass nigga.
Right. Happy ass
Going-
nigga.
Going to live up by massa. And then motherfucker got the nerves to want to live in a clean neighborhood and want some peace and motherfucking quiet. The fuck wrong with that nigga and shit? Motherfucking sellout and shit. All we do is shoot up every night and rob and kill each other and shit. And he talking about the hood ain't good enough for him no more.
Right. Bitch, you ain't getting your ass whooped. Happy ass bitch.
Right. Because I want to get up in
Exactly.
the morning and my car still be out the goddamn driveway.
Right. I want flowers to be in my motherfucking front yard.
Right, instead of beer bottles
And piss.
Black and Mild.
Right.
But I
Exactly.
digress.
Right. All of that, Brother Sean. Very, very good, Brother Sean. And like you said, it's trauma bonding, and that shit goes deep. You put something earlier. It was a meme. You know, Facebook. Y'all, Facebook. That's why I can't even let Facebook go. Cause it be the memes for me. And just that's why I can't let Facebook go. Plus all my family on there. It was talking about, you put one on here that was really, really powerful. People asked me to make it so they could share it. And it says, basically it's saying, unfortunately, trauma bonds is the temple for our broken culture, and anyone who chooses peace You know that thing such as peace, minding your own motherfucking business. You choose peace over trauma. Will have difficulty in relationships because most people you meet are emotionally damaged in some way. Healed people seek euphoric bonds because those bonds create authenticity, and correction comes with that type of love. It's kind of like oxymoron. 90% of the relationships / marriages you see today are actually trauma bonds because they need better half to make them feel whole because they're both broken mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. Let that sink in. He's right. People literally, y'all have witnessed it on this show. With me, people get upset with me. Well, you gonna need, motherfucker, don't tell me what I need. Don't tell me what I want. It's none of your motherfucking business. I don't do trauma. I don't do drama. That's not my definition of love. And we done took and told y'all that the planet has moved on. We're done with that shit. Now, if you want to be stuck in that type of cycle, you want to be stuck in that type of love, that's your business. Do you? That's your right. But those that have graduated out of that, we ain't got it to give, and we don't fucking owe you that. We don't owe it to you. That's why you're seeing this separation. Folks have moved on from the fuckery. They're not willing to do it. I ain't got another day for it. I ain't got another second for it. If that's what you want for your journey, keep doing you. So that was pretty good. Yes, sir.
Pull up that racial slur chart.
Oh, actually, I have it here. Yeah, struggle, love, been glamorized. Sis, trees. I'm not the motherfucking 1, 2, or 3. And motherfuckers really be trying to shame you into some struggle love. And I've never understood what the fuck is the benefit.
Morris Chestnut them was the kings of that type of genre.
Yeah, the motherfucking movies in the 90s. I'm like, nigga, no, you're not finna be whooping my ass. Oh, so now you a reformed whoop asser. Also,
or cheater.
Right, you a reformed dirty dick nigga. I'm sitting up here hoo-ha on my fucking fire. Shit, I gotta carry around like luggage. Probably my life on the motherfucking line because your dick is dirty.
Oops.
But now that you done got that out your system, you ready to love me? Oh, no, nigga, it don't work that way over here. You've been a bum all of your life. You want to get in a relationship with me, be a motherfucking bum. But I'm supposed to lift you out of bumness. No, nigga, I don't do struggle love. I don't dig in the trash. And when we talk about these things, that's you bougie ass bitch. Who you think you are? Don't you forget, motherfucker, put a Miss Bougie to that, nigga. Don't you ever forget it. Fuck you and fuck your struggle love. And this has been the mentality of the quote, quote, culture. Ain't shit glamorized about that. We've moved on for that. Fuck you. Fuck that. You can have it. Go on and be you. Don't worry about what the happy people doing over here. Goddamn. Don't worry about what my hoo-ha doing. Don't worry about what my pockets doing. Don't worry about what my baby's doing. Don't worry about none of it, nigga. It's not your concern, huh?
I told him stay out your hoo-ha.
Yeah, I can't stand that when a nigga want to talk on your hoo-ha. Hoo-ha watching ass niggas. Then most of y'all be lying anyway. Shit. Always fucking gossiping. Shit. All right, let me go to this racial slur thing. People need to grow up. Shit. Okay. Let me where is that comment? Oh shit. Oh, there that comment is. Let me take these comments off. So let me pull this up. Okay, go to display. Yeah, because that racial slur thing, Brother Sean, was I'm like, what the fuck is they talking about? They contradicting themselves.
Mm-hmm. But it just goes to show you who historically was being talked about.
Yes. Yes. So I'm bringing it up now. Mind your miserable business. Right. Mind your miserable business. Shit. Because I'm a happy bougie bitch. Put happy in front of that. No. I'm a happy Miss Bougie bitch. Get it right. Shit. All right. So.
Oh my God, they have that.
I know, ain't this a mess? So this is the racial slur database.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
So as y'all can see, alcoholic. You see they're associating that with Native Americans. And
Yeah.
I mean, us in the Black community, we've all heard that growing up. If you've ever been around Big Mama Pawpaw and them, I always talk about, such so can't hold his liquor, that Indian in his blood, such so can't hold a liquor.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a racial slur?
Apple. Now this one I ain't heard. Used by Native Americans as derogatory for other Native Americans who are red on the outside but white on the inside. So that's some truly Native American, Siberian Native American. We don't know nothing about that on the Black side. The BFI, the big fucking Indian at the back of the bar you don't want to piss off. Okay.
And seeing that reference in movies.
That's because I'm like, where have I heard that before? That makes sense. And speaking of movies, y'all remember the black exploitation films from the 70s? Yeah. All right, millennials, you probably don't remember. They showing that shit on reruns. We didn't get to see them either as children because they were highly sexual. So we had to catch that shit in the 80s when we got older. But nonetheless, they show them on reruns. And
I got to see them at the show.
Oh no, my mom them wasn't having that. Superfly and them, hell no. We didn't get to see that shit until like we were teenagers or whatever. They didn't play that. You wasn't going to see it. But the movie channel, the people that play the old movies,
the Turner Classic
Movies.
Movies.
Thank you. TCM, Turner Classic Movies. They had Pam Grier on there last night. Okay, now anybody that knows Pam Grier, you know she don't give a fuck, baby. She tell you she American Indian all day long. She don't get no fucks are given on her part. Okay. So, and you could look at her and tell. I mean, there's no mistaking it. So anyhow, all of her blaxploitation films, they were playing back to back on Turner Classic Movie last night. And so one of them, because I didn't catch them all, I was catching in between her interviews because I wanted to hear what she had to say. So on one of them, it was, because I mean, it's the same script. Somebody didn't wrong somebody and her family. As one of her family members wound up getting taken out by either a pimp or a dope dealer. I mean, that's the script. I ain't wrong, millennials. I'm not wrong on this. So she got to go undercover to get revenge on their ass. And she winds up taking most of them out. And this particular one was no different. I think that one was Kofi. And they had a double dose on there, pimps and drug lords. She had to go undercover and take them out. But in one of the scenes, the last scene, she was fucking up the big man. And I caught in the background as she took out the last of the folks she wanted to get revenge on. They had a statue of the cigar melanated Indians. They placed that motherfucker behind her. I said, "Ooh, wow!" And they cut it in the frame like it's only like no more than 5 seconds. And when they came back after that 5 seconds with the same quote, quote scene, that cigar Indian wasn't there. And I'm like, hell no. But anyhow, I just want to put that out there. All right. So Big Red, a fat native person. Now we heard people call people red.
Mm-hmm.
In the melanated community. We still say that.
I know a Big Red.
You do? Okay. So yeah, we know this term about this red, blackout, blanket ass. Damn, they are. Whoa, get the fuck out of here, Buck.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Buck is a Native American slur, and it means the male equivalent of squaw.
Yep.
I thought Buck was supposed to be buck broken, i.e. Negro slave.
That's why they call them young bucks. And the Westerns is calling somebody melanated a buck.
Buffalo jockey. Okay. I mean, I remember Buffalo Soldiers, but okay. Bush nigger with the hard ER. Why would they be calling Native Americans who supposedly and allegedly have no association with melanated, aka black folk? Why would they be calling them a nigger?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Chief.
Cherry nigger. So you mean a red nigger? Right?
Mm-hmm. Cochise. How many times cops been called niggas cochise?
Cochise, yeah, I remember that real tough. That was folks' Indian name. That was back in the day. I think my dad had a partner named Cochise. Wow.
Mine too.
And black person, no.
My dad had one too.
Okay, your dad had a homeboy named Coachy. I remember that. I don't even to this day know that man's motherfucking government name. He's gone now. He's passed on. Get the fuck out of here. Cowboy Killer. Crow. Diesel. So diesel rhyming slang. When Native Americans start rhyming, diesel engine equals engine or Indian. Oh, wow. This is interesting. The FBI, one full-blooded Indian. Feather. Used to make a difference between Indians from India and those from America. The feathers. Featherhead. Do we know what that means?
Yeah.
Fort engine or Indian.
Traitor.
Where you see traitor at?
With that Fort engine.
Oh, yeah.
Term used to represent the traitor.
The traitor. Indians who hid behind the safety of the fort. Well, damn.
House nigga.
Yeah, pretty much the house nigga.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying to go through some of this. Indian. So this one is interesting. Indians come from India, not North or South America. Offensive because original American settlers from Europe completely misnamed them. Is that Annette? The Sioux Indians? So that's the actual word that the Sioux used to use. We like to say this is real talk. Engine. Well, we don't find this term offensive. We don't find engine offensive. Oh shit, sorry y'all. Jig, you mean like jigaboo? In Canada, they do a dance called a jig or jigging. But don't they associate jigaboo?
When they used to shoot at their feet in the westerns, coming to a jig, nigga.
Wow. What's that? Is that Kayi? Kayi rhymes with pie, the sound made in old Western movies by the Indians. Okay, I'm trying to go through. Maize muncher. Natives are known for their love of corn.
Who eat more corn than niggas?
Because you know what?
Niggas got corn on the cob with everything, just about, especially during the cook-up.
Let me tell you something. Popcorn, everybody, my sister and I are like popcorn snobs. My grandfather and I used to sit up and he know I gotta get my grandbaby some popcorn. Right. Okay, I'm trying to go through this. Mohawk, which are the Mohawks and powwows. Muck. I know black folks say muck and mire. I might have said it tonight. Nietzsche. Oh, now that's interesting. Nietzsche means love of the Lychee fruit.
You said Geechee?
No, they're saying Nietzsche, but I did think about Geechee. Powwow. I don't know how that's offensive. Child, they telling on themselves. Prairie nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You shouldn't steal identities, huh?
Pretendians. And I crack up because you got people running around here. You're just a pretendian. Like, get your black European ass out my face.
Redskin.
Redskin.
Salmon cruncher.
Oh, yeah.
Salmon nigger.
Oh, my God. Salmon cruncher.
And salmon nigger.
And red nigga. That's self-explanatory.
Mm-hmm.
Savage.
Oh, yeah. We've been around a while.
Semihole, which is really Seminole. Spruce monkey. Child, let me sip this water. What? When they start calling Native Americans from Siberia monkeys.
Mm-hmm.
Squaw refers to Native American women. What? Usually refer. You always got to talk about a woman's hoo-ha. Funky ass. Now that I didn't know. I learned me something new. I knew it was associated with women, calling Indian women squaws.
Mm-hmm. Squaw hopper.
Squaw hopper. And I'm going to say hoo-ha watcher. Usually associated with natives, but also used for anyone in a relationship with the native female. Well, a lot of you motherfuckers are squaw hoppers.
With that hoo-ha?
Right. Squaw hopper, hoo-ha watching, and harassing.
I guess they go along with the TP creeper.
Yep. Damn. Now who used creep? Oh, yeah, I creep. Yeah. Who used that term more than AKA black folks?
Right.
Child. So timber nigga. Tippy Tom. That's interesting.
TP Tom.
Oh, TP. Yeah, TP. My bad. TP Tom. Yeah. So they're okay. Tomahonky. Now this, I'ma give y'all that.
That's my first time hearing that. The tomahonky.
That shit straight out of the 70s, George Jefferson and them called George Jefferson calling somebody honky.
Right.
That is funny.
Tonto.
Well, he was that white boy pretending he was a Indian.
But we should know now that both of them, right, were really melanated, because the Lone Ranger was based on who, y'all? Sorry, I gotta go on mute and blow my snout.
I don't know. Do you, Brosha?
It's an easy one, y'all. Think of the Jeopardy music in your mind as I blow my snout.
The Jeopardy music? Da, 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 da.
The Lone Ranger was based on Bass Reeves.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about him.
Okay. So Bass Reeves, it was based on the Lone Ranger. And shout out to sis, Miss Wright. I got some more stuff she brought up we're going to get into tonight for bringing up that Bass Reeves heritage. His mama was a steward. But yeah, that's who Long Ranger was based on. It's based on Bass Reeves. And we know that Tonto is just a melanated Indian. It's a lot of niggers on this list. Trail nigger, tundra nigger. And you peeped in here, Sean, that it says the tundra nigger, same as prairie nigger, but Eskimos are a different species of animal than Indian. So they clearly made a distinction between the groups of Indians, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But we're pretendians, right? They don't get the fuck out of here with this bullshit.
Even made a differential between the so-called Indians with the red dot.
Right. But we're the pretendians, right? We don't know what the fuck we talking about, right? But you got nigga all up on this list. Wow. Wahoo! That's the war cry.
Wapaho.
Wapaho. Any person to be claimed to be Navajo Indian, but are without papers or pedigree showing it. Child, no, they got similar to Wigger in some respects. Wow. And Yazzie, I've never heard that one before. This is really, really interesting. Thanks for sharing. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, I also had put up on my timeline about the Know Nothing Party, which is where the term Native American started from.
Wow.
And that was dealing with Germans and quote unquote pale people trying to get rights as Native Americans, or rather Ireland is involved in it too. And I also shared something about the last treaty that Choctaw had signed in Mississippi, giving up all the territory. Just, I don't get why people keep clamoring to treaties, and treaties have been submissions. There's nothing great about treaty. If you signed a treaty, that means you got your ass whooped.
Yeah, they always violated those treaties. Hey, you know, I just found.
Well, why would they have to honor something that they forced you to sign to begin with?
And I don't think in some cases it was even forced. I think that was badass deals that were made.
Exactly. So the point I'm getting to is, like back then, like now, people are thinking that they are going to honor paperwork.
They don't give a fuck.
When they don't have to honor paperwork. The reason they were able to put the paperwork in place because they already had your ass in check. If you kicking their ass, where do they have time to come up with some paperwork that benefits them? I mean, the only way paperwork gonna work is if you create paperwork after you kick somebody's ass. But if you ain't kick no ass, if you ain't show what no true power is, they don't give a fuck.
And then too,
The
we have,
paperwork,
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
the paperwork is the curse to keep you in check so that they don't have to physically do nothing. If I can put some words in front of you to keep you in check and I don't physically have to do shit, why wouldn't I put them words in front of you? You gonna take more honor in those words than I am. You're clinging to that paperwork. You're hoping that I honor that paperwork just so that you can have something. You ain't willing to fight for shit. You asking me for shit. You submitting paperwork. You talking about this God shit and higher frequencies and everything, but you still vibrating and operating on some low frequency shit. You still begging. You still protesting. You still in fear. What the fuck about you or anything you didn't say do I have to respect? Yeah, I know who your ancestors were. And I know what you're capable of. But at the same time, I know you ain't gonna do shit. All I have to do is tell the media to say this. And guess what? You my bitch again. You gonna keep breaking me off. You gonna keep praying. You gonna keep paying. Why would I have to fear you? Paperwork don't mean shit.
Mm-mm.
It's my courthouse. It's my people in the courthouse. It's my candidates that you think you voted for,
Right. Right.
that you're hoping do something to benefit you, when the very nature of their existence depends on them fucking you, not helping you.
Right.
They want to live. That's why they had these jobs. They're the perfect gatekeepers, ass kissers, nut lickers, everything.
Damn, we done added another facet into it. But okay.
Yeah, they everything I need them to be. They will sit up and lie to your face.
Right.
I don't ever, ever, ever have to have a word with you, ever. You don't have to know that I even fucking exist. But you're my bitches.
Ooh.
Period, point blank. And if you doubt it, what are you going to do about it?
Ooh, child.
You're going to get up in the morning. You're going to go to work. You're going to bitch and complain. But I'm going to get my cut.
Right. You're going to run them motherfucking ends.
When you go back home, turn on them lights, I get my cut.
Right.
When you open that refrigerator, cook that food that I already got my cut off of, when you turn that stove on, bam, I get another cut.
Yep.
When you piss or shit and flush the toilet, I get another cut. When you wash your funky ass, I get another cut. And a goddamn thing you can do that I don't get a cut of. Because you depend on me and the script I provided for you. You'll be the character I told you you are. And you'll enjoy it. You'll struggle in that character. I can even tell you that that character ain't you. I can tell you that you are God and everything you need is within you. And you'll still choose to be my bitch.
Mm.
because you don't want to put in the work. You don't want to take the responsibility of being a creator.
Come on with it now.
You don't want the responsibility of cleaning up the shit you consented to. I may have took in the beginning, but then you consented. I didn't have to take anything ever again. And you continue to consent.
Yep.
Era after era after era, all of which I create. This new era that you take such delight in, who told you what it was?
Mm.
Who told you what name and frequency it carries? Who told you what frequency you need to carry in order to get there? I remember back in the day, remember Ella Fitzgerald on that commercial of It's Live or Memorex?
Yes. Was that the tape
When
recording
she,
thing, right?
yeah, when she breaks the
To break the
crystal,
glass. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
but
She hit
it
that
was
note.
specifically, yeah, it was specifically crystal, though. Now, us being crystalline beings at a certain frequency that the crystal glass was made at, they showed you the right frequency can shatter that.
That is correct.
So even in returning to being crystalline beings, who's going to determine the frequency in which you vibrate at? Because if they know of a frequency that can shatter
Shatter. Right.
third dimensional crystalline beings, more than likely, if they're specifically trying to put you in the fifth, they have controls in place at that dimension also.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess my question is, when do you choose?
Right.
When is it your creation? When is it your story, your script? I digress.
Very, very good, Brother Sean. Let me give you your explain. Absolute great drop. I'm going to go into, since Brother Sean brought up about the treaties and all of that jazz. Shout out to Sis Miss Wright. We are going to get together when my schedule slows down, because I've been doing a lot of behind the scenes stuff. Volunteering and all of that jazz. So it's been really, really hectic for me. But with that said, Sis has really been throwing a lot of gems in the comment section. Okay, she's the sis that I read out a couple of weeks ago. For the past 2 weeks, she was the one that gave the Bass Reeves being a steward. And then last week she talked about the Black European side and the pedigree, and how the Black European side were tied into the American Indians through marriage. Okay, so we have to remember when these particular treaties and stuff were being signed, we have to be honest and understand that it was also about people signing stuff for quote, quote, the benefit of their families. Okay. So now where it all went wrong and why we keep telling you all, you're not supposed to put the responsibility on someone else for you and your family's future. Okay. So meaning putting the very livelihood of your family in the hands of another man. We already done been through that. We went through that already. Okay. That's what happened back then when them deals were being cut. Okay. People were on the take. Not everybody. Some of them came to the table with good intentions. Because they sat down at the table cutting them deals. And that's why I told you, men, I've been telling y'all that for years. You had no authority to be signing a goddamn thing because the land was never under your authority. You were breaking universal law when you were doing it. So shout out to Big Set, who did a drop on the Mississippi stuff. And he talked about people sitting down, signing the treaties. He got really, really specific. He did an excellent job on it. Okay. So sis last week, sis Miss Wright was going over, and I'll just read it again and then I'll go over what she said this week. Lastly, Anthony Edmond Johnson, aka the first Negro slave master. Y'all hear that, reparation people? Anthony Edmond Johnson, aka the first Negro slave master. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Was married to Mary Pendleton, who was queen of the Akomaki and a direct descendant of Erie Royal Black European, aka returnee Americans. And then she gives a shout out to Amani Bay, and shout out Amani for coining the term returnees. What I am learning about this discovery is that we're all the same people, Negro, Black, Indian, Moors, etc. It hurts, but we have to get the truth of what happened and how. That's powerful. That's what we keep telling y'all. People want to get their draws in the bunch, which I don't give a fuck. Because the truth is the truth. We can't hide behind the white person. This was black on black. That's why it's important, again, for you to understand your heritage and understand true history so you can know how these plays went down. This is the hard truth that melanated people, they don't want to face that shit. They don't want to face that the system that was set up, that we're living under now, was set up by black folks. They don't want to face it. And it's so bad, people don't even want to face and own up to their heritage. You got some, and it's unfortunate that's a shame that they have Black European heritage. I don't know why it is what the fuck it is. And they want to go the African route. And then you got some that know that they're part of their heritage is Indian, but you want to ignore the Black European part. And usually when people do that, they can still blame the white man, meaning the white man took it from us. Not that the Black Europeans that came over here marrying into these Indian families and along with their Indian family members set this shit up. That's the reality of it. Now let's fast forward to all of the controversy with Mr. Kanye West. Okay. So shout out again to BCU. Shout out to LTC. He did a drop earlier today on the Kanye stuff. I was only able to come in on the last tail end, but he was going into specifics about the whole Jewish thing. And the last part I caught, it was really, really deep. I got to go back and get the entire layout, but it lines up with what Miss Wright was dropping, what she did drop in my comment section. So she goes, for our people, as hurtful as this truth can be, combined with the reality that the same people whom we are doing this for will turn around and hate you for it. Nevertheless, we must stand and keep revealing this truth. Ye West is on the chopping board, huh?
Right.
What if he woke up today and saw this video and read this post? Perhaps he may find out that he is related to George Knight West, father of Baron William West, as well as William Northwest. Let me give sis her explosion. That's why I got to get with sis so we can collaborate. Don't Kanye got a daughter named North?
Yep.
I think he knows his heritage. Let's continue. And shout out to Top Cats because he went over that whole West stuff. And again, I only caught the very tail end of it. And I'm like, shit. So she goes, who's that? He's the father of Lord Thomas West, who is the father of Frances Virginia West, married to, child, I can't. Sis, you be making me want to just go on in my backyard in the motherfucking dark, put my little candle out, pull my little garden chair back out because that shit is packed up, put on a jacket and go put one in the motherfucking air. Because she goes, who's that? He's the father of the Lord Thomas West, who is the father of Frances Virginia West, married to Margaret Reeves. Parents of Robert West, father of Captain, a.k.a. King John West, spouse of Queen Anne Powhatan West. All so-called Black, royal, and copper-colored indigenous American Indians.
Yeah, he
Thank you,
said that.
sis. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he did say he was the lost tribe, of Israel. That's what he said. So he
Kanye,
knows.
no. Kanye,
Yeah,
if
he knows.
based on his heritage, sis just broke down.
Yeah, he knows who he is.
He has an ancestor known as William Northwest, and he names his daughter North. You trying to tell me that he don't know his heritage?
Oh, he knows it. I can attest he knows that.
Yeah, this is why it's important. You got to know your heritage.
Mm-hmm.
You got to look at it for what it is, because once you start doing that research and you start verifying your heritage, and you can look back on events that happened within your family, that shit gonna line up so well. It's gonna make so much sense. It's gonna be fucking scary. Now, interestingly enough, I'm like, okay, so now I gotta have another conversation with my mom, because this whole thing about the Black European and stuff, I'm slowly easing it on family members. I've already had this discussion with my auntie on my dad's side, and she accepted it. She had no problem. Matter of fact, she said, that makes sense. Okay. But that's also the side of the family who truly understood our Indian heritage. We just were never told about the other part of the heritage as being the European side. Okay. Because Big Mama and them, my grandmother, my great grandmother, who I didn't meet, my great uncle, it was no question. They always told us who we were from the Indian side. No question about it. Okay. My dad definitely knew. My cousin posted a picture of my dad a couple years ago, and he was sitting at my grandmother's kitchen table. And I remember my mom telling me that my dad used to, because he used to keep his hair long, he cut it. But my dad's hair was actually longer than mine back in the day. And he would just wear it in 2 braids straight down. And he would wear the Indian band on his head. So my cousin posted a picture of my dad in the 70s with that same look. Had on his Indian vest and all of that. So that part in our family, it was no question. We already knew about that. We just didn't know the Black European side. Okay, so my aunt on that side, she accepted it. Wooda, this, that, and the third. The difficult side is going to be my mom's side, because I already knew that my grandmother, already knew American Indian, already knew that. Okay. The difficult part is going to be on the grandfather's side. Because when I tell you Black Europeans to the motherfucking bone, bone,
Yeah.
you can look at them and tell. So when I started learning I started learning true history about the Black Europeans, I knew without even opening up records that particular bloodline, I'm like, they're Black European. I guess I'm Black European too, okay? No question about it. This how deep this shit is. It makes sense. Bear with me. I know I'm going around the corner up the block to get to the fucking point. Tied into the Kanye West shit. My mom and them grew up as stark vegans. It wasn't fucking called vegans back then. Okay? They weren't allowed to, no dairy, no meat, no processed food. But that diet came from religion. That diet came from the Jewish faith.
Yep.
That side of the family, this shit is so deep. When I think back up on it, I'm like, damn, that was right in my face. That side of the family, my mom and them were raised as 7-day Adventists. I mean, start 7-day Adventists, okay? But that was on my grandfather's side, on my mom's side. But when my grandfather married my Indian grandmother, she wasn't having that motherfucking bullshit. She was like, fuck you, fuck that, kiss my ass. I'm not doing all that. You nigga, you ain't finna tell me. They used to get into it. Now, my mom did tell me this. We didn't understand why, though. But now I know what I know. The shit lines up. And this is the conversation I'm going to have with her. Because my Indian grandmother, she didn't give a fuck, baby. She wasn't following that Jewish shit. She wasn't following none of that. She didn't give a fuck. And it was a constant battle between my grandmother and my grandfather, okay? Because it was two different cultures, two separate bloodlines, okay? That side of the family was so deep into the whole Jewish thing and all of that jazz. My great-grandparents on my grandfather's side, because that's the starch Black European side, you can look at them and you like, yeah, they Black European to the motherfucking bone, to the bony, to the bone. Now, my brothers, they don't remember because I would ask my brother that's closer in age to me, do you remember going over great-grandma and them house? They had money, y'all, which always confused me. I'm like, how great-grandma and them got a motherfucking mansion? They literally had a mansion, fam. I'm not making this shit up. They literally had a mansion. But granddaddy and them, y'all's in the projects for a little second. That shit don't make sense to me. I think what happened, and it's the hard conversation I'm going to have with my mom, is that because everybody else on that side of the family, they all had houses, cars, fancy positions, this, that, and the third. Great-grandfather was a fucking professor. They had that paper. But my grandfather didn't. So I'm assuming, I'm going to have this conversation with my mom, that they never wanted my grandfather to marry my grandmother. So I think he got cut off, all right? So my grandfather and grandmother wind up getting divorced because they never could get past that culture thing. He was always trying to say this is the way the children need to be raised. They need to be raised in his faith. That Jewish stuff was so strong that my mom and them, they went to the Seventh-day Adventist schools. They shopped in the stores, all of that shit.
All kosher.
All kosher. You abso-fucking-lutely, sis. They was about that motherfucking life. And my mom would tell me, because back then, I don't know, Sis Sandra, if y'all hit that term out west, when they would call it parochial school. I know some of the old heads. My mom would call it parochial school.
Yeah.
They went to a parochial school. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
I said we had it. We had it. And my mother, she had so many rules. You can't do that. You can't do that. She never said, she says, I said, why we can't do it, mother? She says it's an old wives' tale. You know, and as kids, you don't know what a wives' tale is, but that they told us a lot of things we cannot do.
So the parochial school, it's a fancy name for those that don't know that term. It's for private school. But their version, with the way my mom and them version of parochial school, it's because of the Jewish faith, fam.
Yeah.
And my mom would tell me about these big name celebrities, and I'm not going to name them, that went to these same parochial schools with my mom and them. Okay. And the name of that particular school, I ran across a Confederate flag.
Go ahead.
And the motherfucking name of that school, because it was called Shiloh.
Oops.
That was the name of my mom's parochial school / Jewish school back up in the motherfucking day. And one of them Confederate flags of the Confederacy, the partnering up of them Indians and them Black Europeans, I think it was either out of Alabama or Mississippi. I'm going to try to pull that motherfucker as I'm telling this story. Mm-hmm. They had Shiloh on that bitch. and I just laughed. I just laughed. I remember going over my great-grandparents' house, and they had the motherfucking menorah sitting on the fireplace.
Oops.
So folks ain't finna tell me that Kanye don't know. It gets so deep that one day my grandfather was in the kitchen cooking, and my grandfather, he stuck pretty close to that Jewish diet. So he didn't he broke out of what they're calling veganism now, and he started eating meat, but it still had to be a clean animals, this, that, and the third. So he didn't mess with pork, right? So he was in the kitchen cooking. It wasn't no pork. And he was cooking a Jewish dish. And I'm like, he's like, you want some? I'm like, I don't want none of that, granddad. It's nasty. And I don't know how we got on the subject of pork, this, that, and the third. So he said, that's right, you don't eat a lot of pork. Because, my mom had, quote, quote, been backslid, right? Because when she married my father, he American Indian. He gives no fucks about your Judean laws, pork and all that, just like my grandmother. He don't get no fucks about that, all right? So she been head backslid from that veganism diet. And I forgot how we got on the subject. He was like, yeah, that's right, you don't eat a lot of pork. I said, yeah, granddad, I really don't like it as much. I'm like, I like pork chops, this, that, and the third. I'm like, but I don't like them chitlins and hog maw and tails, feet, and ears. And he kind of laughed. And he was like, you know why that is, right? I'm like, no, I just don't like it. And he was like, your mom not trying to make you eat it, is she? I said, no, she never forced it on me, this, that, and the third. And he turned back to the stove. I can still see it clear in my head. And I was only like 11, y'all. Okay? And he was like, turn back to the stove because he was going to get in her ass if she was. Whatever. And he said, the reason that you're not a big pork eater is because your mother wasn't allowed to eat pork, meat, none of that growing up. And when she was pregnant with you, she still wasn't eating pork and any meat, any of that. So I'm sitting in the kitchen with my grandfather, and y'all, country than a motherfucker. Why was he cooking y'all with cow's tongue? Oh, you think I was finna eat that bullshit? I ain't lying, granddaddy. You know I ain't lying on you. Shit. I wasn't finna eat that bullshit. But nonetheless, he was the one that told me that what they're calling veganism today is how my mom and them were raised up, and how they weren't allowed to eat pork, processed stuff, none of that. It was because of religion. Okay. And he was like, so you were the only one of her children when she was pregnant with that she still had that diet. That's probably why you don't like the rest of that pork stuff. That fucked me up. So, of course, soon as I got home, I had to ask my mom, what's this, that? When you was pregnant with me, you didn't eat meat, this, that, and the third. And that's when she sat down and told it to me. And she was like, yeah, I really didn't. I didn't eat any of that stuff when I was carrying you. And that's when she started running it down. I was 11. So it was only so much details she could go into. That fucked me all the way up. And she said, don't you remember when we went over my grandmother, which is my great grandmother's in them house, that big ass mansion, fam, that they had. Okay. Now all this shit is tripping me out because don't nobody talk about that shit. Like how they get all that fucking money. But nonetheless, she's like, don't you remember when we was over there and my grandmother asked me, and she called her by her whole Black European Christianized name, confronted her. Are you eating meat? Yes, ma'am. She said, don't you remember that? I said, yeah, I remember that. And I remember you I just basically told her, yes, I remember that. That was why. Okay. Because it was a heritage thing. Yeah. And by then she had, according to the Jewish faith she was raised under, baby, she had backslid, this, that, and the third. She was chitlin' it up, hog-mogging.
Yeah.
She couldn't tell her grandmother that. Okay. So I'm saying all that to say it is important for you to understand your heritage. It's extremely important for you to understand it. Because I don't care what nobody say. I can only give you just my experience in my family. The vegan diet and all of that shit, it was based on culture and heritage. I can only share with you what it was in my family.
Can I share something?
Absolutely. Go ahead, sis.
This is kind of strange.
Come on, tell it, sis.
My mother had all those rules. We couldn't do this. We couldn't do that. We never knew what it was for. Mm-hmm. We lived in Venice. I grew up in Venice.
Right. Venice Beach, right?
And then, as an adult, I realized there was a Jewish community. I didn't know it as a kid, because
come on, because even that big ass mansion my grandparents had was a whole neighborhood of Black folks with big ass mansions.
Exactly. In Venice, we had homes, nice homes by the beach. So, but they didn't tell us.
They didn't tell us shit. Well, that wasn't even my generation, sis.
Well, my generation, my mother.
They didn't tell my mom and them either.
They didn't tell us, but I'm gonna tell you something. My mother died in 2009. Mm-hmm. Okay, I thought that she died a Christian. because she went to church all the time.
Girl, come on, well,
All
let me
right.
get this water.
Now hold on to your seats. You guys
Child,
may
am I
not
gonna have to
believe me.
clutch my pearl? I'm clutching my motherfucking pearls. Gone, sis.
Okay, so in about 2010, we pulled our DNA.
Mm-hmm.
My son got it. And I said, what? I said, what? You know, because it's there.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had a dream. My mother came to him and told him who we were. I said, what? We needed to go to one of their places, synagogues. I said, what? What you talking about? I was so outdone. I was just flabbergasted. Why would you have to go there? What is that? Because if you get, and so my mother had been dead for a couple of years almost before she showed up in a dream. And so I said, no, I got to think about this. And of course, I got confirmation. And after I started looking at the papers a little bit more too, and I said, oh man, really? So it's so important that you know your ancestry.
It's extremely important.
Because when you live outside of who you are, you're not prosperous. You're not going to make it. You're going to fall to whatever nation is running your country, because they colonize all over the place. You know, and like Russia said, they're sick of the United States being the top dog, going around taking over everybody else's stuff. But as we've gotten here to this nation, we've done grown, or as they come here to this nation, we put it like that, we have walked away from what we were and who we are as a people, even as Indians. I mean, you don't
I
even
agree.
We don't even do our stuff. We don't even do Jewish stuff. We don't do nothing.
Well, I ain't doing the Jewish stuff. That's the Indian in me. Shout out to my grandma, Ella Faye. She wasn't motherfucking having it. Shout out to my big mama. Shout out to all of the matriarch grandmas in my family. They wasn't fucking having it. I'm not doing it. And that's why when people be talking that Black Hebrew Israelite shit, I don't need no nigga trying to tell me nothing about that motherfucking Torah, standing on that corner, looking dusty than the motherfucker telling me that, baby, because I could go right to my mama and she will run circles around you bitches. Because she literally grew up with that shit.
Yes.
It was about a heritage.
It is. And we have to.
But I ain't fucking with it. I ain't fucking with that Jewish shit. But go ahead.
We have to do our family traits. If you do your peace pipe or whatever you do in Indian culture, we need to get back to it. We need to, because as long as we mix with other cultures, not racially, marrying.
Right.
I'm talking about taking on their cultural traits. We're not sweeping around our own front door.
I totally agree. And it's important because when you're linking up with people and having families, you have to understand what folks' bloodline heritage is, because it's still fucking me up. I'm like, wow, that's why, my grandparents, they didn't get along, because my grandmother like, oh, nigga, I don't give a fuck nothing about that Torah, that Bible. Fuck you, fuck all that stuff. I'm not never gonna adopt that. My mom said she was, my grandma didn't give a fuck. She was cooking pork chops. She didn't give a fuck, baby. And my grandfather, why you cooking that pork? Nigga, you gonna eat this, or I don't know what the fuck you gonna do. You better eat these sides. That was a constant rift in their marriage where they just had to. And back then, People just didn't get divorced. But it was so bad with them, the cultural differences was so bad that they wind up splitting. Now, ironically, after they wind up splitting, all of a sudden, when my grandfather got remarried, he still remarried another American Indian woman, but she was really, really in the church. Okay. He all of a sudden was able to afford a motherfucking mansion.
Well, I'm gonna say something about the diets, and I did it scientifically. Did look it up scientifically, and I heard Dr. Muhammad. He was a biochemist. I assumed by the name Muhammad he was, Muslim or a Moor or something like that. And he was breaking down why we shouldn't eat this European diet, which includes pork and all this meat and so on and so forth. And he said, and he went through what they call a Krebs cycle, is how we break down the food. He went through it. He went through step by step, and then I stayed on his blog for days, weeks, whatever, listening to him talk. And he said, our system is like soy. We are not made to eat this meat protein. And he said, because when we break it breaks down to nitrates. And those nitrates make diseases like diabetes, like cancer, and on infinitum. Because our system, like in soy, we don't have the information in our system to break down, use that, and it hurts our body. And he said that, and that's when I said, ooh. So so we were told that eat this amount of protein a day, and eat this and eat this. He said those diets are not for us. It's made for the European because
and no disrespect to that person. I don't give a fuck about none of what he's saying.
Well, you can do what you want.
Well, and it's not about me doing what I want. This is my point. I went through that whole story of the diet to clearly show you it was cultural and religious.
But if you look at the diet for physiological points, which I looked up the physiology of
again, I gives no fucks about that. I'm saying what I say.
Yeah.
And I meant what I say, and I said what I meant. It was cultural and religion. I was a vegan. I had to come off that motherfucking shit. Dark circles under the motherfucking eyes. Nail beds sinking in from motherfucking nutrition. So I don't need anybody to come out and tell me what I'm supposed to be doing regarding diet.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
This third dimensional body, as it stands, has become very parasitic.
Yeah.
As pure beings, we didn't need to take the life from others to survive, whether it be plant or animal. We survived off of light, which is energy. If we're energy, that's what we survive off of. But we've taken the lowest vibrational form of energy and have convinced ourselves that's what we need to exist. That may be what the body needs or has become accustomed to. But if this overall battle is for our soul, just as important as knowing your physical genealogy. How many have taken the time to realize who their soul family is?
Agreed.
I just wonder because people keep trying to make alliances based upon physicality. The whole skin folk thing. Everybody, quote unquote, black, so we all the same people. All that type of stuff. We keep equating everything with the physical. If everything is a hologram, and this is something that we came to experience, whatever. That means mama and everything is a creation of ours. We're responsible for everything. What has happened to mama,
Exactly.
everything.
I agree.
If this is our creation, everything that has gone wrong is our fault. And to sit up and wait for anybody, God, Allah, the Anunnaki, Pleiadian, anybody,
Right.
is all fuckery.
Mhm.
If shit is fucked up everywhere and everybody has to come here to correct things, to collect their children as they claim, they star seeds, this, that, or the other. If everything and everybody is focused here, and everything is our fault, why do we bitch and complain so much? We did it.
Yeah.
We did it all. Just like the Bible tell you, God, he created everything good and evil. And you're God, remember?
Right.
So you created everything good and evil. And you fear your own creation.
Mm.
But you're God's, right?
Mhm.
I don't see it.
I would agree.
I don't see no reason for no parasite to go anywhere. I don't see any reason for a motherfucker to help you. Because you helped them. You helped everything fucked up happen. You did it. Nobody else. You.
Right.
A parasite gonna do what it do. Period. If you lay down on the ground long enough, shit gonna get to biting on you. It's what they do. It's nothing personal. They hungry. You dumb enough to lay there and let them eat you. So that's what they gonna do. They're trying to survive
Right.
in the same hostile world that you permitted to exist. But blame everybody else. If you wasn't greedy and weak to begin with, none of this shit happened. But I digress.
Yeah, a couple good comments. Damn, let me go back up. I lost it. Shout out to Sylvia says, I eat a certain way to live longer and not get fat. And I totally understand that. Absolutely. You're eating for your particular health preference. Sis Divinity says, Okay, because Sister Divinity grew up in the country. Remember, although I grew up north, every summer we had to go what we call down south to Big Mama house to a working farm.
Exactly.
That's how I know how to garden so well. She literally raised the pigs, the pig pen, because that was my brother's chore. He had to feed the pigs, the motherfucking scraps. She had the chickens in the yard. My little chore was to feed the chickens. Next couple of blocks over, right? And people that's from the country, you know them blocks ain't no motherfucking city blocks. That shit be long as fuck.
Country mile.
Country mile, right. Country mile, sis. They got the cattle. Bought a cow.
Yeah.
From one of the neighbors. So 99.999% of the food they grew. They raised. Okay? So Sister Divinity says, so that means, Big Mama and them, we got them, this bacon, this ham, these grits, these motherfucking eggs, this toast. Some mornings it's rice for breakfast. Okay, true Southerners, y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about up in this bitch. That's what you had.
And no cream of wheat.
Yeah, well, I don't fuck with no cream of wheat. That cream of wheat is a black European thing. My mom tried to pull that bullshit on us. And my dad was like, what the hell is this? He threw that shit in the garbage. I don't allow cream of wheat in my house today. That is a black European, because that shit is porridge. Brother Odel, that's that porridge shit. Remember I was telling you about that black European ass breakfast? I be wanting to throw up. I don't fuck with cream of wheat. It's not allowed in my house. Okay? So Sister Divinity says, I personally feel it is an individual preference. My mom, my dad, and all of our and all of our families as a whole ate whatever they wanted. I have not heard of any cancer, etc., taking them out. Again, they grew and raised themselves. My mom is well into her 90s and still kicking dust. Because, see, Big Mom and them wasn't going to Kroger, to Walmart.
Processed foods.
Getting that motherfucking meat and stuff from them. Get majority of their vegetables and shit from the store. We rarely went to the store.
We didn't have stores around there.
We didn't have to go. Absolutely. We rarely went to the store. We wasn't eating no motherfucking candy, none of that. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
It was based on environment and climate as far as for what foods naturally grew. I mean, it's just up until recently that we got all of this with all these foreign foods.
Yeah.
I mean, it was stuff that grew naturally and over thousands and thousands and thousands of years. We just naturally knew what we were supposed to eat and what we wasn't supposed to eat.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a part of being in tune with nature, being in tune with mama, living off the land. That was before everything was corporate and commercialized for your destruction.
Right, because Big Mama and them, grew their own shit, raised their own shit. She canned so that shit can last through the winter. Okay? Go down in that basement or go in that pantry and go pull out XYZ in the wintertime.
Sis,
Yes, sir.
look at these little narrow ass niggas now.
Narrow.
Back
That's black people.
back in the day, you had them big country bumpkins, big solid brothers. There was cock diesel strong.
Yeah, how the fuck you gonna feed them niggas a vegan diet?
No, my thing is you want to make motherfuckers weaker and feminize them so that you ain't got to worry about fighting no big warriors. Big motherfuckers who ain't go down easily. Motherfuckers that wasn't taking no shit off of no goddamn body.
Right.
They wanted that removed, and you talking about motherfuckers that was big and cock diesel strong without steroids or any of that shit.
Exactly.
That was just from doing work around the house, out there plowing that field, cutting the grass, chopping wood.
And the food that they ate, that they grew by their hands.
And prepared with love.
Exactly. You know, all of that part. Okay. And yeah, them smokehouses. Yep, they had a smokehouse. So, child. See, if you did not see that, if you didn't experience that, of course you can latch on and listen to what brother so-and-so. But see, baby, you playing with the wrong one. I was just so happened to be fortunate enough of that last motherfucking generation that got to see that. And usually the people that's telling you, well, don't eat this, do that, cross this, do that. Don't grow nothing. Don't put their hands in the soil. And if they motherfucking life depended on doing those things, they would starve fucking to death. Nah, bruh. You can't tell me about a motherfucking thing. You're not finna kill me and have my mama and them think I'm smoking because my motherfucking curves is going like, what the fuck wrong with that girl on that stuff? She on that stuff. Nah, you ain't finna fuck me over. No. That you not finna do. Okay? Do not allow people to tell you what the fuck you should be doing. That's in any way. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if we are really too far off of who we are culturally anyway, considering everything is more recent than what we've believed.
Right.
This whole narrative about this hunter-gatherer horseback riding community with the feathers and everything. That's straight out of Hollywood and the Buffalo Bill traveling show and all that. That's a narrative that was given to us. During that time that the cowboy and Indian shit was allegedly jumping off. All that coincides with the whole mud flood thing. The World's Fair, all that type of stuff. There were structures and roads and everything in place, not these little wooden shanty towns that are Hollywood movie sets.
Yeah.
They don't speak on the fact that the technology, this, that, or the other. They want us to think that we were these backwards ass people that was riding around on horseback, following the bison everywhere they go. When we clearly see that our families owned land, was farmers, not hunter gatherers riding around.
Right.
on horseback chasing shit. There's just so much that they've lied
about. That's
to us.
why I say you don't follow what another motherfucker say. You follow your family heritage, and if it's stuff that needs to be changed within that heritage because of fuckery, you change it.
And I'm just
Or
wondering.
that if you want to change, now if you want that particular diet or whatever, do you. But don't ignore your body. If your body is telling you this don't work for you, you need to incorporate other things, then do that shit. Do not let people tell you that vegan diet works for everybody. It don't. I'm telling you, I tried the shit. I was fucked all the way up.
Me too.
Now I still don't fuck with pork like that, but I know why. I've been knowing why I don't fuck with pork like that since I was 11. Okay, my mom was carrying me, and pork the only thing I really don't like that. So even to this day, I don't want pork chops. I don't want none of that now. Back in the day, I did at least used to eat pork chops and bacon. I just don't like pork at all.
Right. Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
But how many bows and arrows have been found in Georgia or Alabama? This, that, or the other. Because if it was a whole continent full of motherfuckers with bow and arrows, wouldn't you be finding that shit just about all day, every day with all this excavating and shit that's being done?
Used to.
Yeah, to be honest, they did used to. I can't even say that they didn't on that one, to be honest.
They used to take them and put them in the Smithsonian so nobody can see them.
Yeah, I would beg to differ, because even like as children and stuff,
picking them up.
We absolutely, sis. We would find them.
It just seemed like they would find more if all these wars that they claim that we lost because they had guns and all our ancestors had was bow and arrows.
Yeah, I believe they hit more than some bow and arrows, because again, we know that they did because the marrying in between the Black Europeans and the American Indians. So let's say our folks only had bow and arrows, but see, I know Black folks. Okay? I know Black men, and I know you motherfuckers ain't finna go to no war with just no motherfucking bow and arrow. Now, I know you bitches had hatchets. So that part I don't believe.
But I'm talking about in places where they found these so-called Tartarian building structures. This, that, or the other.
Oh, okay. I could see you on that. Yeah.
So I'm just saying, if we all were that way, why wasn't a bow and arrows found where the modern technology is?
Right.
I'm not saying there wasn't some people out there surviving like that. You have people surviving like that now to this very day.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying. It wasn't like they was just running around in no motherfucking loincloth.
And naked, yeah.
With no bow and arrow. Because I know Black men. Y'all ain't finna go to no fight with just no motherfucking bow and arrow. You niggas got hatchets. You done concocted some MacGyver shit. I already know how y'all roll. And then when your Black European brother-in-law, you know, why can't Black people just say brother-in-laws? Bruh-in-law. Your Black European brother-in-law introduce you to guns and shit. So now y'all didn't go to battle with just no motherfucking bow and arrow. At a minimum, you motherfuckers had a hatchet. But your brother-in-law and them put you up on the guns. So no, I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, because it's like when they talk about so-called historical events, and they don't speak on that era and the technology and the beings that were there. There's just so much of this other stuff that they intentionally tell us about. And that aspect of things is what they leave out. They say we're a lost people. And everything that they presented that we try and claim actually fits someone else. And the whole narrative
Right.
of the creators, the gods, who would have created these monuments and this technology, this free energy technology, is just completely overlooked.
Right. I feel you.
Everybody want to be at the bottom.
I feel you.
But if this was our creation, we were at the top.
Yeah.
And either way it goes, we're still at the top.
Right.
Because everything is still sustained off of us.
Mm-hmm.
Not primitive people. Not mankind.
Right.
Gods. Pure energy. Everything has always been the battle of the gods when you look at things historically. If you go back to the original battles, it was the battle of the gods. And then they have free children. You know, like they say in that book, the parent will rule the child will rule the parent or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that what happened with their little half-breeds and instead of the other Hercules and all them turned on their parents? And,
Mm-hmm.
Crocus or Cotus. What is it?
I mean, right now, aren't our children ruling shit?
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
The fall ain't about primitive man falling. The fall is about God's falling.
Agreed.
Amongst primitive man or mankind. The whole fall is about us. So if all we gonna claim and attribute ourselves to is fallen things and creations that we made in our sunken place, how are we ever gonna get out of this?
Right. Very
but
good
I digress.
point. No, very good point. Very good point. Just real quick. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis, and then because they dropping some bombs in the comments. Go ahead, sis.
You know what I want to say is I know we fought in the Alamo. My people live up there in North Texas, and that's where I was born. So we fought the Spanish and we fought the Americans. So, you know, with American Indian Wars. So they had to have some firepower or something. They didn't go just, straight out, I'm sure. We lost because of, some techniques that they, did. But anyway.
Yeah, no, great point. I mean, we could just look at men today. Okay, we could look at black men. They ain't bringing no knife to a gunfight.
No, they're not.
They just not finna do it, okay? They ain't finna do it. Now, somebody put in here clubs and all of that. I can see that. Clubs with spikes and shit. Hatchets. But I'm telling you, they brother-in-law and them, they black European brother-in-law and them gave them guns. That's what I'm saying. Some real good comments. A couple I want to go over. And then I'm going to get on the 7-day Adventist stuff. And then we're going to get on the financial stuff.
I don't know.
Real quick, because Sister Divinity reminiscing about all of the good eatings, real buttermilk, this, that, and the third. Sis Thelma said buttermilk and cornbread. Now that I didn't like. I thought it was weird, but yep, I remember the buttermilk and cornbread. And Copper Color says Jamaicans don't eat pork or dairy either. Now let's think about that.
Because they were Indians captured and taken over there.
Aren't a lot of Jamaicans' heritage tied to Black Europeans?
And here too.
So if Black Europeans are coming out of the Judean faith, that would make sense why they don't fuck with no pork. Now the dairy, shout out to Brother Lee Cummings, because in one of his books, he said that if you are lactose intolerant, he pulled the source for it, that is a European gene trait.
No, I'm not lactose intolerant.
So that would make perfect sense to me why Jamaicans don't really eat pork, because again, that ties back to heritage and religion and the Judea faith.
Mm-hmm.
And why they don't fuck with dairy, probably because it made them lactose intolerant.
Mm.
Okay, so that's a very, very interesting comment. And so Sister Divinity said, yeah, that's not going to be true for all of them, Wolf, as far as Jamaicans. But now we should understand why it is true for those that it's true for. Again, it's based on the culture. And in the case of the dairy, also the lactose intolerance. Okay, because it even got was that Lee? I think Lee Cummings said it. I know Lee Cummings said it in his book, and then I ran across some separate research where another guy said it, and he broke down like the particular enzyme that irritates the system, this, that, and the third. So I'm glad that part, that Black European part, didn't pick up with me. Shit. I can eat me some cheese when I want to eat some cheese, goddamn. Okay, so those of you that are struggling with milk and lactose intolerance, that is definitely linked to genetics, a European trait. All right. And so Sister Divinity said, my granddad owned a huge house where a lot of the families lived. You are correct, sis. And then she just goes on to say, if it affects your body, then don't eat it. Things like bacon, chitlins, malls. I'm assuming you're talking about them hog malls or whatever make me nauseated. Yeah, back in the day, I used to eat bacon and sausage, but I never fucked with them chitlins, hog mogs, pig ears, feet.
Oh my gosh.
It made me nauseous too, but yeah, once I totally cut out pork, I can't stand the smell of it now. It's difficult for me. Okay, but again, it has nothing to do with somebody telling me what the fuck I need to eat or whatever. I truly understand why I don't take to pork like that. All right. Okay. Let me see what else I want to say. Okay. Yeah, I remember that too. Queen Ottawa. About white people coming and paying for a penny for arrowheads and pearls they found. Yeah, we used to, even in my childhood, we would find arrowheads.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a very good point. Points, fam. Very good point. Oh, what Copper Color said, now they eat goat. You talking about Jamaicans? Yeah, they could hook some goat up. Shout out to my I miss my cuz too. She's transitioned, my cuz that I grew up with. She married a Jamaican. And she would go, and actually they owned a restaurant. I wonder if they still own their restaurant. And she would talk about all of them recipes and stuff in the goat. And she used to crack up at me because I'm like, girl, I just can't picture no goat's leg, poor goat's leg laying on that motherfucking plate. So anyhow, all right. So I just wanted to real quick show the fam about the 7-Day Adventist stuff. This is the faith that my mom and them grew up in. Now, those of you that don't know, 7-Day Adventist, what's the one? What's the ones, y'all? Damn it. What's the people that come to your door?
Jehovah's Witnesses?
Jehovah's Witness. You know Jehovah's Witness split from the 7-Day Adventists, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
What had happened? See, what had happened was a friend of mine, shout out to her. She is a Jehovah's Witness. And she was trying to get me to join that stuff. Why me? I'm a heathen. I'm an American Indian heathen. I don't give a fuck about none of that. So she thought that, she was going to whip that Bible on me and I would tear her ass up when she would bring that shit to me. Oh, yeah. Well, what about this and this and this and this and that and that and this and this and that? So she kept trying to pull that damn Jehovah's Witness shit. So I went into my research. I said, she fucking with the wrong one. So I went and pulled the origins of that shit. I said, get the fuck out of here. That's a split from 7-Day Adventists. I said, all I got to do is go to my mama about the 7-Day Adventist. Baby, when I finished laying that stuff out for her, she just, her mouth dropped open. So I was basically telling her, don't bring that motherfucking shit to me. Ain't nothing you could tell me about that. So go on with the fuckery. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
The Biggest Secret book by David Icke. I think he said that they were also funded by the government to start that.
It wouldn't surprise me. All I'm telling you is Jehovah's Witnesses are a split from 7-Day Adventists.
That's crazy.
And 7-Day Adventists, I am telling you, is basically the 2.0 of the Hebrew. The Hebrew is a language. The Judea faith coming up out of Europe. Okay, because although my mom and them was raised in that 7-Day Adventist stuff, my great grandparents, they practiced that Judean faith. I saw the motherfucking menorah on their fireplace. So, just real quick, Wikipedia does the job real quick. All right. I wasn't even planning to talk about this shit, but since, Mr. Kanye West brought up what he brought up, all of the memories started flooding back. I'm like, okay, let me bring in this 7-Day Adventist stuff. So, the 7-Day Adventist church is an Adventist who? Protestant? No. Protestant, Christian, denomination. Now, I done already shared with y'all that when I looked up, and shout out to the sis that sent me the information on the 1619 visitation. Shout out, sis. You want to stay anonymous. I'm ever so grateful for you for breaking that down. And in that 1619 visitation of Kent, it lists the heritage of them Black Europeans. So this 1619 project slavery bullshit that they're trying to sell you is really the 1619 visitation of Kent. Coming up out of England, coming up out of Europe. It's categorized by surnames. Every one of them Black European surnames out of that part of England, specifically Kent.
Oh.
I'm going to pull that bitch up in a minute. Refresh y'all memory. Them surnames are there. That's how I was able to go to the Johnson, scroll down, saw somebody came over in the 1619 Kent, England, with my whole motherfucking Christian government name down to the motherfucking middle name. My mouth dropped. Okay? So them Protestants coming up out of Europe. And then the shit gets so cold with it, y'all. I still ain't even explored this part. Because it's just too much. It's just too much. You have to take this shit in doses. Because when you're able to relate it to your personal bloodline, I had to take that shit in doses. Because I had just got my nerves together, be like, well, goddamn, my mama set up and you name me right up out of the motherfucking 1619 heritage. That's my whole full Christian ass name. So this one white guy on YouTube did a video on the Protestants out of Kent.
Really?
This was, I said, I can't even do it. Why he traced some of those folks up out of Kent, the Jewish folks who converted to Protestants, but they were originally Jewish or of the Judean faith, coming up out of France as Huguenots. I said, I'm fucking done. I had to go put one in the motherfucking air.
Well, you know, the Spanish was running them out, and the Pope was after them too. The Protestants were after them because they wanted their property. Remember the Inquisitions and stuff?
Right.
Yeah, they had to leave those areas, especially if they were Jewish. I don't know anybody from Kent, but especially if they were Jewish, they had to leave because they were taking over Europe of the Catholic faith, and they were persecuting, just like they're about to start here. They were persecuting people that was of Jewish faith.
All right. So let's go back to this. 7 days.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
why is it the story is always the Jewish people being persecuted? That's the same story from the beginning. And they still claiming that shit now, but they're clearly the parasites in every damn story. It's just weird to me that
she was on the other foot, huh?
Is that why our people claim to be victims all the goddamn time? Because
Child, it could be. It could be that deeply embedded in the bloodline.
Because they keep claiming to be victims, but they the ones who've been getting over. Every way you look, they get over, but they the victims. They victimize everybody else, and they get reparations and compensation, and the world bow down to them, and you can't say this, and you can't say that about them, but everything can be said derogatory about our people.
Yeah.
But you can't say a goddamn thing about them.
Yeah.
Whether you're talking about the melanated version or the new version.
Right. No, excellent point. Because Brother Sean, when I saw that white guy's video saying the people from Kent, and he said majority of the people from Kent came up out of France as Huguenots, and they converted to be Protestants. I said, I'm done. God damn it. So now I'm Black European and Huguenots. I can't take it. It's too much. And I'm just speculating. I don't know that. Okay, I ain't traced nobody back to France. But that shit wouldn't shock me. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
From the history I know, France had a huge ghetto of Jews.
What time frame?
Oh gosh, I have it in there.
Yeah, you know we got to do time frames here.
I don't remember that. It was, I don't know. I won't say the date because I don't remember the date. This is on a piece of paper in there I got in my office.
Yeah.
I have a history book on it. So they were accused in France of drinking blood, with the children. They were messing with the children.
No, you cannot say that.
Well, I said they were accused. I didn't say they were.
You still can't say that.
Okay.
I'm not chastising you. I'm saying for censorship purposes, you cannot say that. Yeah, I'm not trying to tell you, girl, you don't need to be saying that. I'm saying for censorship purposes.
Allegedly,
just don't say it at all. Just don't say it at all. It's not worth it.
I won't. I said allegedly they had trouble in France. I think it was around Louis and what's that girl's name? 16th, Louis the 16th.
All right.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
We have to remember that the indigenous
Can
people
somebody turn their TV down? Please turn your TV down or something. Or go on mute or whatever if you can. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
The indigenous people all over have been colonized, and just because we necessarily may have some blood ties to what has been labeled, what people have as a particular label, may not necessarily be true, because we've all the indigenous people have been lied on and about.
Yeah,
it's because we may have ties to some other indigenous people. It don't mean that they was necessarily the motherfuckers that was over there doing the dirty shit.
Oh, I totally agree. I totally agree. And that's why, we're encouraging people, don't be ashamed of your heritage. And I'm going to keep it real. Let's say if that was people fucking with you. Let's say if your people were the ones fucking with other people. Okay, I got to mute somebody. Who has the TV on in the background? It's distracting.
My TV's open. I don't have any sound. I don't know who it is.
Brother Sean, is that you?
I don't have anything on in the background.
Okay. All right. So when y'all ready to talk, you just come up out of mute, off of mute, but that's distracting. So even let's say if your family, your ancestors were the ones going around fucking with people, this is your opportunity to acknowledge it and say that it was wrong. That's how you break generational curses. But if you think you're going to sweep that shit under the rug because you don't want to deal with it, because you're ashamed of it, how are you supposed to reverse it out? I can't sit up here and say, as I'm talking to you all, that all my ancestors were, they were just so pristine. They weren't involved in any fuckery, this, that, and the third. I can only go by the records I see, and it ain't like I went back and got all the records because that takes years and years and time. I don't know. I am assuming that some was involved with the fuckery. Okay? I'm assuming that some was involved with the fuckery. Okay? But me personally, I'm not going to pick and choose. I have to embrace it all and set the record straight. And it's for that purpose, setting the record straight to break generational curses. So in other words, if my ancestors was involved in some fuckery, I'd be knowing why I be doing certain stuff. I put that apology in the ethers. I put how wrong it was and it is. Okay? There is an alchemy behind it. When you do stuff like that, it is an alchemy to correct it in the ethers, to truly set shit free. That is why it is important for you to understand your heritage. Shit's gonna start to make sense. Why people linked up, all of that. It is really, really, really important. All right. So let's get back to this. Shit. Because I could go through some of them surnames on my side of the family. Shit, Johnson is one of them. You can't tell me that all of the Johnsons was upstanding and what no shit starters. No, I don't believe that as far as in regards to my ancestors. Okay. That's because I don't know about it. What didn't mean they wasn't about some fuckerization. Wasn't motherfucking involved. All right, so back to this 7-day Adventist stuff real quick. Yes, I agree with you, sis Nonya. The problem is with the folks who have been benefiting from their ancestors' fuckery and know it. I 1000% agree with you. I 1000% agree with you. Okay. Sis, you're going to have to mute. Let me see. Brother Sean, that's you. Background noise. So you got to mute something because I literally heard my loud ass voice, the playback from my loud ass voice. Okay, so let's get back to this 7-day Adventist stuff. So they're Protestants, huh? Which they observe Saturday, the 7th day of the week, in the Christian, Gregorian, and the Hebrew calendar as the Sabbath. All right. Of course, they're going to dump in here because this is coming out of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. The second coming of Jesus / Jesus Christ. But I'm telling you, although my mom and them grew up as Seventh-day Adventists, I'm telling you what I saw in my great-grandparents' house. They was about that life with that Torah. Okay? So they're saying that it grew out of the Millerite movement in the United States during the mid-19th century. And it was formally established in 1863. All right. So it's given the co-founders. Okay, so it's saying that it corresponds with the Christian faith. Trying to go trying to read through this. Okay, so the church places an emphasis on diet and health, including adhering to kosher food laws, advocating veganism, and its holistic view of human nature, i.e. the body, soul, and spirit. Now, let's be clear. They did not call that shit veganism back in the day. My mom didn't know nothing about no motherfucking veganism. They didn't call it veganism. Oh, well, they're saying vegetarianism here. My bad. I apologize. All right. Okay, so a view of human nature, i.e. that the body, soul, and spirit form an inseparable entity. Let's see. Also, and I also want to point out that them Seventh-day Adventists, it was a close-knit community. All right. Now, I already told you that the particular town, my great-grandparents had that motherfucking mansion. They weren't the only ones. That entire town was AKA melanated / black. Everybody had nice-ass homes, okay? My great-grandparents wasn't the only one with no motherfucking mansion. Okay? Close-knit community. They carried that same thing through the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Like I told you, even the Seventh-day Adventist churches had their, and it's still to this day, they have their own grocery store. And the grocery store is set up on the premises of the church. Okay? And so fast forward, I was telling y'all the story about my grandfather ratting out my mom with the veganism, and I had to confront her at 11, this, that, and the third. It circles back. Flash forward decades later, we're in Atlanta. And my mom and I were at the gym, and I ran into a coworker. And like, oh, hey, Rhonda, blah, 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 blah. Ex-coworker. We weren't coworkers anymore. Girl, I ain't seen you in a while. This, that, and the third, 4, 5, 6. And she was actually out of Cali. So I don't know how we got on that subject. Oh, her and I didn't get on the subject. So her and my mom would take that step class. That's just so motherfucking boring to me. Step up, step down, step up, step across, kick, kick, kick. That shit was boring. I don't like this boring ass class. I'll go do something else. But nonetheless. So her and my mom liked that class. So they would chop it up, this, that, and the third. Come to find out, she grew up as a Seventh-day Adventist. So she was shocked when my mom was like, oh, so did I, this, that, and the third. So my ex-coworker friend invited my mom to the Atlanta Seventh-day Adventist church, and she called it going to temple. They were recognizing a Jewish holiday. So that particular day, I happened to be at the gym the same time they were. They were coming out they little step up 4, 5, 6 step class. And they were telling me that, yeah, your mom's gonna come to temple with me, blah blah blah. And child, don't start me to line what particular Judean holiday they was recognizing. Baby, I don't know. So she was like, my coworker was like, Rhonda, you want to come? And so I gave this look, and my mom cracked up. She was like, oh no, she's never gonna do that. No, I said no. I said enjoy. All right. So my mom wound up going with her this, that, and the third, and she came back and was telling me the experience. She said, wow, I hadn't seen that. And she's like, actually, since before I married your dad. And she was telling me how they was up in there washing of the feet and all of that. And so she said, yeah, she took me around and showed me how they still had the school. And she showed me the store across the street. I said, wait a minute, a store? She said, yeah, a grocery store. So I said, no, Ma, come on. I said, now you got to take me. I want to just drive by this church. I don't want to go in because you know I ain't feeling that. I ain't feeling that because I'm thinking to myself, I'll walk in that bitch, it'll probably burn down. That's heathen. But I'm like, but I do want to see this store. So she took me by the church. This is in Atlanta. I can't remember what side of town it's on, fam. This is in the city of Atlanta. Big ass, huge ass church. Really, really pretty. And so they had their store across the street with only kosher stuff. And that's where we went. I'm like, I do want to go inside the store. And just like she said, all kosher, all vegan products. I was just floored. And that's when my mom was sharing with me even more that literally they all shop the same places, all of it. It was a very, very close, connected community. All right. Okay. So let me see what else they talking about in here. Yeah.
Hey,
So
sis,
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, brother.
I just wonder who was still in whose culture at that time. If the quote unquote Jews were so close to indigenous people, and they're the ones behind the Mormon church and all these record keepers. They pretended to be friends just to learn everything that they use against us. All our own shit. They had to learn it somehow.
You mean when you're referring to they, are you referring to what we see today as the Caucasians practicing
I'm
the
talking
Jewish faith?
about, we know that they learned that from their melanated masters.
Exactly. But that's what. But you know, Kanye is getting raked over the coals for that, because that's what this is about, right? Unless I'm missing something.
That's
Isn't
what
it
it's
about
about.
Kanye saying that melanated people were the original Jews?
Mhm.
Okay, I don't
But
want to
they
lie
keep it.
upon somebody.
They keeping him relevant. Kanye is smart.
Oh yeah.
They keep him relevant. Anytime he want them to talk about him and keep him relevant, all he got to do is make a statement,
Yeah.
whether it's truthful or not. They hang off his every word. That's why he called himself what he called himself. And the people respond to him as such. They the fools giving away their energy, not him.
I totally
He got
agree.
he got everything he wants.
And not only
Now he's
that,
trying to tell the truth.
I think that it was purposely planned for him to come out and say that.
Yeah.
I really do. I think it was planned for him to say that, and everybody's in the uprage. And it's not the first time it was said, because Dirty Dick Nick, DDN, said the same thing, and he had to come back and apologize. This ain't no accident, fam. They're doing that for a purpose.
Right. What are you being distracted from?
Exactly. Because
And of
clearly
course,
Kanye knows his heritage. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
just saying how quick we are to be distracted. It's something a whole lot bigger going on than what a rapper has to say.
Yeah, that part too.
He's an entertainer,
Mhm.
and these people put so much of their lives wrapped around what he said.
Mhm.
That's their fault. That's just people continuing to show their weakness and willingness to be led.
Right.
They need somebody to tell them everything. And soon as somebody go against the narrative, they panties all in a bunch.
Right. Right.
That man's still eating good. He don't care nothing about what endorsement he done lost or this, that, or the other, or how many people want him to fail, this, that, or the other. He know who he is. He's manifested everything he's wanted.
Mhm.
And that's somebody you hate. But these other motherfuckers that's surviving off of you, like all celebrities do, they survive off of you and you praise them for having all this, that, or the other.
Uh-huh.
And you the one that give it to them.
Right.
You give them your money, you give them your time, your adoration. Anything that comes out about them, you read and you share it with others. You sit up and discuss their situations as if you're personally involved and be ready to fight and argue with other people over characters
Right.
that a script has been written about and for.
Right.
And you sit up and argue and fight, and people actually kill each other over these celebrities who aren't even the individuals that are presented to you.
Right.
And you worship them for entertaining you. But I remember a time when entertainers were just that, entertainment for kings and queens
Right.
and gods and goddesses. They didn't hold no high positions.
Right.
You were entertainment.
Right.
The minute you ceased being entertained, that was your head.
Right.
But now they're the gods. The criminals are the good guys. Everybody adores criminals. Don't want them to face no type of consequences. Motherfuckers looked up to for being dirtballs. Everything just ass backwards. But I digress.
So, and why the baby putting something on it? Brother Sean, that's your baby in the background, right? Putting something on
Yeah.
it. Yeah, just
Yeah,
so
that's
cute.
honey face.
Oh no! Give her kissy, give her kissy. Okay. So don't be dang on it. Now that I know she in the background, I can't MF and SB like I want to. Doggone it, some have to abbreviate stuff.
You can, I'm on headset.
Oh, okay then. Get that baby. Kissy poo. She's so adorable. Oh my God, she's so adorable.
This is stuck.
So the other thing I wanted to bring out is
This
the
is
fact
stuck.
that it's saying
Why is this stuck?
it's the 12th
Yeah.
largest religious body in the world.
This is stuck too.
It is ethically and culturally diverse and maintains a missionary presence in over 215 countries and territories. The church operates over 7,500 schools, including over 100 post-secondary institutions, numerous hospitals, publishing house worldwide, humanitarian aid organization, and a sanitarium. Okay. So I'm not going to read through this, but I want y'all to be clear. This particular 7-day Adventist, I am telling y'all, it is tied directly to the Judean faith. And I was looking at their little logo. This little flame remind me of the menorah thing. Okay, the flame from the menorah situation. Okay, and you can look at the contents. Talk on it. Talks about the Sabbath activities. Okay.
Did you
Huh?
you know, I want to say that I lived in LA.
Mm-hmm.
And
LA.
Yeah,
Remember
and,
Gladys Knight? No, but go ahead, sis.
yeah, I remember. The only Seventh-day Adventist person I knew was my neighbor,
Mm-hmm.
and she was melanated. So
Really?
they had a big Seventh-day Adventist church over there where I was living. I forget it was on 7th Avenue or something in that area. They had a big one for melanated folks.
Mm-hmm.
So if if they Jews undercover, well, there was
Yeah,
quite a few.
they were. They were Jews undercover. Thank you, sis, for that shit. I was struggling to try to find the right word. Yeah, they were undercover Jews.
Mm.
And what's interesting, when I was looking on this little side, and it goes into the theology, and when I saw this Presbyterian / Episcopal, I literally know of a dude out of Atlanta. He's a white guy, one of my old co-workers. They're literally, quote, quote, Jewish, but he grew up Episcopalian.
Well, they did that because of safety.
That's exactly what he told me. Bingo! Boom. Because I asked him, I'm like, but wait a minute, you Jewish. What you doing being an Episcopalian? And he said our family did it to pretty much hide the Jewish heritage.
They were tracking them down all over the world.
So
Original Transformers.
yeah.
Probably.
And his family had big money too. And they still had them motherfuckers tied to oil.
Hmm.
And the grandparents has all they shit in the trust, and they got very specific things they had to do in order to get to that money. And one of the specific things for them to unlock all of the assets in that trust, they had to be married. And so the one brother, matter of fact, they're out of Texas. They're out of Texas. I'm not going to say specifically where, because I sell oil. I don't want to say too much, because then they could put 2 and 2 together and be like, oh, she talking about so-and-so now. So
I know where oil is in Texas.
damn. But anyhow, anyway, I mean, big money. So they had to be married to get to unlock them assets out of the trust. It was actually 3 of them, but the sister had transitioned and the 2 boys. So the one brother got married, so he got his funds, and so my particular friend didn't get married, and he never came out the closet to me, but I put 2 and 2 together that he was gay, which was why he didn't get married.
Oh, I see.
And it was funny because he was trying to convince me of an arrangement to get married, to get to them assets, not to sleep together, nothing. I'm like, you know what? Hell fucking no. I'm not doing that. I don't feel like, no, I don't want the necessary karma coming back to that. And the fact that your family ain't finna believe it, that you all of a sudden get ready to marry a black woman. So go on with that bullshit, bruh. You better find another way, because I'm not the one. No, I draw up a separate agreement and you'll get the no, bruh. I'm good on that. Fuck that. You already told me who your family is. We not finna. I'm not going there with you on that. Okay. So his father did, when he went to buy his house, and damn, they're split off in Atlanta now to a separate city. Big money. I can't think of the city. It's right on the tip of my tongue. It used to be a part of Sandy Springs. Sandy Springs. Okay. Money. Okay. He went to buy his house. And so the dad, I remember this, because they so big money. And I don't know if his father is still living in all of that. We've lost contact with each other. But the dad retired up out of the oil business in Venezuela. So when he went to get that house, the dad had to sign off on him getting some of that trust money.
Oh, his dad's what is nice to him.
And he lucked up because the dad paid, it really was by default. He is paid cash for that motherfucker. But his dad had to sign off on it, all right? So, big money, big connections, all right? Coming up out of that Jewish faith. And he literally told me that Episcopal, my contrast, it was a cover for them being of the Jewish faith. Okay.
Like I said, the Catholic Church has been hunting them down all over this planet to get all their assets. You know, because the assets, the Vatican, remember he was saying, they taking all the people's assets and putting in the Vatican. Mm-hmm. And they've been hunting them down for a long time. Because they did have assets, Jewish people in Europe.
Wait, Therese, you talking to me? Yeah, Sandy Springs. Thanks, India Carter. Sis, Therese, you talking to me that I should have separated business and pleasure? Child, I didn't want that karma coming back on me. Fuck that. We wasn't going to be able to pull that shit off. Hell no. And the fact that I don't want you to maybe change your mind and feel I got to consummate the marriage. Nah, nigga, fuck that. I don't give a fuck. You understand? I'm like, nah, I'm a pass on that. I'm gonna pass. Okay. You had to put 7 figures behind that shit minimum. And he wasn't talking no 7 figures, so I'm like, nah, I'm gonna pass on that, bruh.
Yeah.
I'll pay off your house. I'll be all right. Nah. Okay. So, what else I want to read up out of here?
Yeah, that Protestant stuff, they did it in South America. The Brazilians and stuff. Brazilian heritage. They were taking those people in slavery and stuff. One of the ladies I met, she was a Marrano Jew. That's who they are. Monobrano Jews. That's their handle, because they had to convert to Christianity to keep from being lynched by the Catholic Church. Well, killed. Not just, not lynched, but you know what I mean.
Right.
Because the Catholic Church, they were getting them out the grave and get their assets in perpetuity.
Right.
Yeah, and so they fled to South America. They fled everywhere.
What you say, sis? You would have entertained. I didn't say I didn't entertain it. Now, shit, I ain't gonna say I didn't think about that shit. Like,
they're funny. I see him say that.
They told me to think the shit over. I ain't gonna say I didn't think about it, but then I remembered them family connections. I'm like, no, fuck that. I'll be the main one taken out, and my mom and them be like, what happened to her? And then when the investigation is done, and it ultimately still get covered up, oh, she was on some fuck shit.
That's like getting that green card by marrying him.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I'm like, nah, bro, I'm good. I'm good on that. Shit. But it was funny as fuck, nonetheless. Okay. All right. So it's saying that this is the part I wanted to go over. So the theology early in the 20th century and began to dialogue with other Protestant groups towards the middle of the century, eventually gaining wide recognition as a Protestant church. Okay, I cannot wait to have this conversation with my mom. I gotta get my motherfucking mind together, and then maybe she could start to remember some other stuff, so we could connect the rest of these dots I need to connect. Okay, so the only other thing I wanted to bring up out of this, shit, I hit it and I lost it. Yeah, so this is sis, what you were talking about right here. It is believed that the United States government, apostate Protestants and the Roman Catholic Church will unite to persecute and imprison those who keep Saturday as the Sabbath. The church believes in prophecy, and it believes in the writings of Ellen G. White to prove an accuracy, right? But I'm telling you what I saw in my great-grandparents' house, and they practice the Judean faith. Okay. This thing, they talk about the Sabbath activities, okay, because they go to church on Saturday. All right. And it's interesting. My sister's mom, they're still real into the church. And just recently, I might have to ask my sister, did they wind up switching over to that? Okay. You know, my sister is a Johnson. Although her mom and them, they're American Indian. I think it's split on their side too. With the Black European stuff. But my sister, she's a Johnson. She ain't fucking with no church like that. Like I said, we walk in that bitch, it's gonna burn down. But anyhow, she was saying that they was talking about going back to having church services on Saturday to honor the Sabbath. And this was a regular, is a regular Christian church. So I'm gonna have to ask my sister, did they make that decision? Okay. But anyhow, it just talks about the Sabbath activities. There's the goddamn foot washing I told you. Okay, so that's what it was. Open communion thing, and it's this foot washing situation. Child. Okay. So anyhow, y'all can go through this if you want to. Now, what Kellogg's got to do with this? Just real quick. What the fuck they talking about now? The Battle Creek Food Company mostly manufactured meat alternatives. Right. So y'all don't think. See, that's why I'll be listening to Brother So-and-so them on the motherfucking corner. Go with that bullshit, bruh. Y'all want to think that meat alternatives just happened because when I went to that store, that 7-Day Adventist store, they had the meat alternatives in there. And matter of fact, I bought some. And I was like, Ma. And I was like a kid in a candy store. Because I was fascinated that they had all of that stuff, okay? So the shit that you would see in Trader Joe's and Whole Foods and them today, the meat alternatives, they had it at the 7-Day Adventist store. But, of course, it was formulated different because they're strictly kosher. And so I literally bought some. I was like, Ma, you grew up eating this meat alternative stuff? And she was like, yeah. And she was telling me the different things. And she's like, I'm like, okay, I'm going to get this. And we're going to go home. And you're going to either cook it for me or show me how to cook it. That shit tasted like pure D shit. Threw it in garbage. But nonetheless, I'm just sharing with y'all. Okay? So anyhow, so fuck what Brother So-and-so and them talking about. 7-Day Adventists and them have been using meat alternatives, okay? Because they followed the kosher laws, okay, up out of Leviticus, this, that, and the third. So meaning abstinence from pork, rabbit, shellfish, and any other animal prescribed as unclean, okay? So my grandfather still messed with beef, but he didn't fuck with pork. He didn't even fuck with shellfish. Okay. So I'm definitely assuming he didn't fuck with rabbit or whatever. Okay. My American Indian grandma, she didn't care about none of that shit. You understand me? Because she ate all of that. And on my dad's side, they don't give a fuck about none of that either. And especially coming up out of the Carolinas on that coast. You ain't finna tell me I can't eat no scrimps and them, no scrimps and grits. Get the fuck up on out of my face. Do that, I'm gonna do my salmon. All right? But anyhow, 7-Day Adventists, they didn't mess with that stuff. Okay? They had their own stores. So let me get to the Kellogg people. So, the pioneers of the Adventist church had much to do with the common acceptance of breakfast cereals. Okay? Now, my grandma and them, they don't, they didn't, because they're no longer here. They didn't fuck with cereal as a meal. This was not considered a meal to them. Breakfast cereal, that was not considered a meal to them. That was literally like you ain't even ate. For real, in the South, literally, when my grandmother and them would visit and they would come and see that cereal, they like, okay, so what you getting ready to eat for breakfast? They didn't play that shit with that breakfast cereal. Okay, so this is interesting. I did not know this. The pioneers of the Adventist church had much to do with the common acceptance of breakfast cereal, okay, and meat alternatives into the Western diet. John Harvey Kellogg started the meat alternative movement by creating Protos at Battle Creek Sanitarium, which was later sold through mail order by Battle Creek Food Company. The Battle Creek Food Company mostly manufactured meat alternatives for the guests at the Battle Creek Sanitarium. Keith Kellogg and John Harvey Kellogg, invented cornflakes at Battle Creek Sanitarium by putting stale wheat berry between rollers and baking it. Now, again, I'm just telling you about my big mama and them. They didn't consider cornflakes in them. They didn't consider that no motherfucking meal. They didn't buy it. They didn't know nothing about it. And when they saw us eating it up north, that did not qualify as no meal.
My mother loved cornflakes.
My mom had them bitches too. The only way I could eat that shit was with some sugar on it. And then I had to hurry up and eat it because when the shit got soggy, it was a wrap. It was a wrap for me. I couldn't do it.
I couldn't eat it when it was soggy.
Neither could I. It made me want to motherfucking throw up.
Hey, but it wasn't the extent of the meal. Back in the day, you had toast, juice, some sausage with it. The cereal just wasn't the whole meal.
But I'm telling you, Brother Sean, they had got so lazy up north.
Yeah.
That the cereal was the meal, and Big Mama and them would tear my mom and my auntie and them ass out the frame for it when they saw it.
You get a piece of toast if you're lucky.
Because a traditional breakfast, you had sausage, the links and the patties, bacon,
you better believe
pancakes,
in the fuck
hash brown.
Come on with it,
it was a whole elaborate spread, fruit, everything. It was just a whole elaborate spread. And back in the day, you couldn't get up from the table if you didn't belch.
And because remember, when it was left over, it was always like that sausage or bacon and stuff that was left over from breakfast, and that shit would just, sit on the stove. The dog and them may have got lucky and got a piece or whatever, but for the most part, that shit sat on the stove in case somebody wanted to nibble on that shit later. But I'm telling you, I'm calling out my aunties and moms and them. They was like, fuck all of that. I ain't doing all that cooking. So goddamn it, y'all just gonna eat this cereal. Then had the nerve, we started ratting they motherfucking ass out. Cause they wanted a box of cereal. That shit to last for 2-3 weeks. Bitches, you crazy? I got my big feet ass brothers. They finna eat that shit in one sitting. Why the fuck y'all eat all that cereal? And Big Mom and them tear that ass out the frame. Bitch, they hungry. You ain't gonna put no type of eggs with that, bitch. No toast. None of that. Yep, Ma, I'm telling on you for real, for real. That's that black European shit. All right? Because, my dad, my second dad, my stepfather, he didn't play that shit either, to be honest. So she was doing the shit on the slide. Yeah. And that's when she tried to bring that nasty ass cream of wheat. Well, that'll stick to your ribs. Bitch, we don't like this. And my dad threw that shit in the garbage. He's like, what is this? And they had the nerve, them bitches had the nerve to come in chocolate. Baby, let me tell you something. Just barf, throw up, barf. Like, I'm not eating this shit. Where's the grits? God damn it. Cook some rice in this bitch. Something. This ain't enough.
Oatmeal wasn't a standalone meal either.
She would do the oatmeal, and again, my dad was like, okay, where the motherfucking sausage and bacon?
Mm-hmm. Eggs and egg pie.
Remember in school, Brother Sean, where they actually cooked food and you could go get the breakfast, which the Black Panthers we know started that breakfast program. But they had food. You know, black people with food. So cereal was a motherfucking snack. So y'all don't be beating your babies because they eat a box of cereal. God damn it, they hungry. Get up off your ass and cook. Shit. Or expect for that box of cereal to be 8, God damn it. All right? But I didn't know this for real, though. I didn't know the Kellogg people had come up out of this Seventh-day Adventist shit. All right?
Yeah, that's new for me, too.
So the Kellogg brothers also invented bran flakes. And all I know, only way I could eat bran flakes is with some raisins, and I got to throw bananas up in there. And that, if you want a good cleaning out, that's what the fuck you do with bran flakes. Rice Krispie, that's another one. I got to have a bunch of sugar in there when I was a child in order to eat that shit. And when it gets soggy, that's a wrap. It starts stinking and makes me want to throw up. All right. So later in 1906, Will Keith Kellogg founded the Battle Creek Toasted Corn Flakes Company in Battle Creek, Michigan. Special Foods, founded in Worthington, Ohio in 1939, manufactured nut meat substitutes. Get the fuck out of here, child. I done learned me something new.
Nut meat substitutes.
After World War II, it changed its name to Worthington Foods. Wow. Worthington Foods introduced 2 canned meats alternatives in 1949. Y'all see this shit? Soy loin steak. That's the one that we got that when me and my mom went to the Seventh-day Adventist store, because that shit came in a can. I remember. I got the steak one, and they had a chicken one. And then it says, and meatless wieners. Telling y'all, that shit tastes like, it was horrible. I threw that shit away. But this is interesting. This is interesting stuff. I didn't know this. In 1960, it bought the rights to manufacture and market Battle Creek Foods Company products after John Harvey Kellogg died. In 1975, it released a frozen soy-based meatless foods nationwide. In both Australia and New Zealand, Sanitarium Health and Well-Being Company, owned by the church, manufactures such brands as So Good, Up and Go, and Wheat Beck.
You know, I'm going to throw something else in there off of this here. Do you know Bill Gates does Beyond Burgers and another type of burger?
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, he does that. I wouldn't eat it anymore.
So it says the Adventist health studies indicate that the average Adventist in here go Cali, sis. The average Adventist in California lives 4 to 10 years longer than the average Californian.
Well, I never went to the church, so I'm in trouble.
So it says the research concludes that Adventists live longer because concentration of Seventh-day Adventists and their health practices. Okay. So now I can just tell you that I'm with Sister Vanity. Now, my Black European great-grandparents, they lived a long time. Because my great-grandmother, she was well into her hundreds.
Wow.
Okay, because she kept the Leviticus laws, all of this, that, and the third. But you also had other relatives on the other side, the American Indian side. I was like, I don't give a fuck what you saying. I'm eating my pork, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. They lived long too.
Well, they made their own stuff. I think that's the purpose there. They made their own and they didn't get it processed, right? The pork they made, it was something they grew from a little piglet and gave them good food. Nowadays, we get hormones and all our stuff.
Exactly. Because, yeah, again, that's why they were living good, because, again, they were growing their own food and they were raising their own food.
Yeah. That stands
But was it the boar that ancestors were eating or the Europeanized pig? Because they're two different animals.
Right. That's true.
They said the boar's meat was real strong. I don't know what they were doing.
I don't know. I can't speak for what they were doing back in the day. I'm assuming it was the boar, Brother Sean, because the boar was that melanated color, right? And then the pig we know today is pinky now. But I know my grandmama and them wasn't raising no boar. They were raising the pink pig now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do. They were not. When I was on the farm with them, it was the pink pig in them. All right. Okay. So they saying that's why they lived longer. This, that, and the third. Yeah. And they going into the health benefits. This, that, and the third. All right. This is the marriage stuff. The Adventist definition of marriage is a lawfully binding lifelong commitment between a man and a woman. The church manual professes the belief that marriage originated as an institution from the biblical story of Adam and Eve, and that their union should be used as the pattern for all other marriages. Now, I don't know. I'm going to have to ask my mom that did my grandparents officially get divorced once my great-grandfather transitioned.
Did you see Brother Odel in the chat? He was in there a while ago.
Was he?
Yeah, I didn't know. You kept talking. I was wondering if you could say it.
I didn't see him. Come up, Brother Odel, when you're ready. I'm getting ready to start this. I'm getting ready to start the financial stuff. Oh shit, it's 11:15 already. Damn. All right, we'll do it next week, Brother Odell. God damn it. All right. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to see, and I don't know if my mom's gonna know that definition of when they actually got divorced. All right. So that's all of this bullshit, the Old and New Testament, this, that, and the third. I'm not gonna go into all of that. Yeah, so that's that. So yeah, y'all can go read over this stuff yourself. I just thought it was very, very interesting, this whole Kanye West stuff, Kanye saying what he said. And it just brought flashbacks of just my own family history, and just, with my mom and them growing up in this Seventh-day Adventist faith. But I know for a fact my great-grandparents, they practiced Judaism. Without a shadow of a doubt, that's what they practice. Okay. So very, very interesting stuff. Shout out to Sis that brought up that whole Kanye West stuff. It brought back a lot of memories. I'm sorry, go ahead on. Oh, and then bring on nephew Nuwa.
My son works at in the pharmacy. And he said when people come in there, melanated folks, they support Kanye. Not only do they support Kanye, they know who they are.
Well, who come in there? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the part of what you said.
Say when melanated people come in there, they know who they are already. They know they're Jews. He said, I said, really? He said, yeah. And they support him too. So, Kanye. That's what he said.
I just find that fascinating, because my mom didn't know that. She ain't never told me that.
Mine either.
but I know my great grandparents knew, and I'm pretty sure my grandfather knew. But they were hiding it.
Well, I hate to say it, it's a disservice. No, it's not good to hide your ancestry, because what you're put here for is to clean up your ancestry, right? Your gene pool, and make life better for those that come after you. And if you don't know everything, how you gonna do that?
Agreed. No, I totally agree with you.
There he is, Brother Odel.
Oh, Brother Odel. Okay, if you want to come up, Brother Odel, come on up. All right, nephew Nuwa, how are you? Peace and love.
Peace and love, Auntie. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I doing real good. Can't complain. Everything nice. I live. You all here.
Good. Good to hear your voice.
Good to hear you too. Good to hear you too. Thanks you for coming out again every night. Keeping things nice. Shout out to my reflection. I love your reflection. How everyone doing? Shout out to
Jamaican is out tonight.
Why are you talking Jamaican, man?
No, I said Trinidadian Carib.
Oh, okay, Trinidadian. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Ready for this financial review that you guys ready for? So I'll come with you.
Damn, yeah, we gonna pull another long one. God damn it.
We don't have to. I just wanted to make sure.
I'm gonna start it, y'all.
Uncle
I
Sean,
could stand them honey smacks Indian Carter. That shit reminded me of roaches and milk.
Honey smacks.
Sugar smacks. Honey, sugar
smacks. That shit I'm just scratching.
I didn't eat anything.
And sugar bear.
Oh,
honey smacks and sugar bear.
That's the same cereal though, right?
Two different companies, but yeah, the same type.
Oh, okay. They look like roaches.
Yeah.
I didn't like that shit. I wasn't touching that. It just reminded me of roaches floating in milk. I couldn't do it,
Yeah, milk turned brown. Nah.
I couldn't do it. I know all that goddamn wheat. Shit.
And the husk get to floating off of them, look like the roach wings.
Right there. Yeah. Ooh. To me, it just reminded me of the roach's little legs. Oh my God. I couldn't do it, y'all. I ain't fuck with no honey smacks. I couldn't do it. Them soggy ass corn flakes.
Don't like it either.
Rice Krispie. Nasty ass porridge. Yeah, Brother Odel. My mom tried to force that black European porridge shit on us.
Oh, so that's where it come from. Yes.
Yeah, that's a black European. They called it sis, what did I say?
Cream of wheat?
Huh?
Cream of wheat?
Cream of wheat. That shit is European porridge.
I got licks for not eating that, Auntie. What do you mean? I threw that up for you. My grandmother gave me that for dinner, and I was getting licks for not eating that. My sister had to eat my portion just so I wouldn't get more licks. I couldn't eat that.
Cream of wheat.
Cream of wheat porridge.
It's because it's porridge. That's exactly what it is. How you gonna switch out from an American Indian some goddamn grits to cream of wheat and think we wasn't finna notice that shit? It's no comparison.
That's not natural food. Whatever that is, that's not natural.
Nasty ass shit. Yeah. She was trying to get one over. Yeah, no thanks. I can't stand that shit to this day. I would never have it in my house.
I have it in my house, but I'm
you
saving
keep saying
it.
that, and I'm like, I don't even allow that shit
I have
in my
it,
house.
so if I'm starving, I'll eat that.
I don't give a damn. That you understand me? I keep my grits on deck.
Yeah, I do that too.
Shit, I go out in my front yard and dig up some motherfucking dirt before I eat that cream of wheat. Baby, I promise you. I dig up some dirt and put that shit in some pot and water and season that shit before I mess with some cream of wheat.
Never knew it was Black European. No wonder why I never went down there.
Can't do it.
Right? Exactly. Same reflex.
Shit. And our Italian friends, it was so funny. My brother friend, he's Italian. My brother made him some grits. And he went so crazy over grits. My brother's so silly. He said he showed up at his house with a box of grits. It was like, man, can you make me some more grits? And so one day, my brother was over my house. And so he's like, okay, I'm going to cook dinner, this, that, and the third. And he said he's going to make, it's this polenta. I was trying to find a name.
It's about the same stuff.
Trying to find a name.
Polenta and couscous.
So he's sitting up here making this polenta and, you know, going through it. And I let him go through it. Yeah, no, I just let him go through the motions, this, that, and the third. Because, you know, we adults now and, you know, we feel that, you know, we're learning how to cook new stuff, 4, 5, 6. So he's cooking this motherfucking polenta. So I let him go through it and put it on the plate and I eat it or whatever. He said, how you like the polenta? Isn't it good? I said, what you mean, these grits? He looked at me. He threw his fork down. He said, God damn it. I said, this ain't nothing but grits. Who the fuck, Italian, you the fuck think you fooling? This just grits grinded up twice, goddamn. And I said, so you need to tell Jason, that's his Italian friend's name. He didn't had grits before, goddamn it. He just called it polenta. And they just grinded that shit up extra. So they got their polenta. That's an American Indian food, goddammit. That's grits. So I just thought that just tickled me. Because he swore he was getting down, gal, with the putting the water in the pot and you know, letting it boil and then putting it in there. And then, you know, you can't walk away from it. You have to continuously stir it and then keep adding liquid to making sure the consistency is right. And I'm standing here watching him make it because he's trying to call himself learned. It did me something.
Sounds like you're making crack. Shit.
Well, I don't know nothing about that now. That's the thug in you with the formula. I don't know nothing about that.
Right.
I don't know the formula for crack making. So I just let him go through it. And I'm like, okay, so you just basically made me some grits, right? But we make it. Okay, so what you put chicken stock in it, nigga? It don't matter. God damn it, that's grits. That's the end of the motherfucking day.
Try to make it gourmet.
Right. I said, you trying to fancify how much you pay for these bitches? Baby, I had him hollering. I said, God damn it, this is grits. All right. So, you know, just a funny story. All right. I know now I'm going to probably make me some grits tomorrow.
Add the chicken stock.
Oh. Okay, so let me see. Let's go into the financial stuff real quick. I forgot I took that energy shot. That's why I got all this energy. I'm like, why the fuck I ain't tired yet? I know it's coming. Okay, we went over that. Let's get into the financial stuff just real quick. Just as a refresher, we'll start the financial stuff and then we'll pick back up next week with it. I'm trying to remember my dates. Yeah, next week with it. There is a linear connection between the Rothschilds, the Bank of England, and the London banking houses, which ultimately links the stockholders of the Federal Reserve banks to their subsidiary firms in New York and the city of London. The two principal Rothschild representatives in New York, J.P. Morgan Company and Kahn, Loeb and Company, were the firms which set up the Jekyll Island Conference at which the Federal Reserve Act was created and directed the subsequent successful campaign to have the plan enacted into law by Congress, and who purchased the controlling amount of stock in the Federal Reserve Bank of New York in 1914. These firms had their principal officers appointed to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors and the Federal Advisory Council in 1914. In 1914, a few families, blood or business related, owning controlling stock in existing banks, caused those banks to purchase controlling shares in the Federal Reserve regional banks. Okay, so I'm just reading an excerpt from the information Brother Odel gave us, and we found out through that information who the true power players really were, that it was the Black nobility. Okay, and I even went to the community wall and I start posting for you all the different original Black European family crest showing Black folks. So those Black European surnames, so all of the Rothschilds, which was the Rothschilds, all of these different names, Halliburton, all of that shit came from the Black European lineage, hence the Black nobility. Okay. All right. So which really these people tie back to what? The Judean, right?
Well, that's what they say. Yeah, Judean culture. Speaking of Kanye, right? He's coming from old Jewish money, right? So he's on that contract kind of thing, like most celebrities are, you think, where you have to do it their way or no way.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I don't want to break your thought.
So this system is that money, right? That's what you're saying. Yes. Judean. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's why they saying he's anti-Semitic. If I'm understanding it right.
Say that last part again. You kind of lost me.
That's
a
why.
little bit.
That's why they're saying he's anti-Semitic, because he's of the He's using the Judean Jewish money for his businesses and stuff, like Gap and.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's why they all up and they have, as they call it, the pennies in a bunch, because of what he is telling about the business end of the situation. Just like you're reading that paper.
Right. That's the public side they want you to know. That's the public narrative that they're telling you.
The Jewish people.
Shout out to sis Miss Wright. She told you. Let me just go, just in case you just getting here. Let me there's the Kanye stuff. Just in case you're just getting here. Yes, sir.
Whose media outlets is this story being told on?
Jewish.
If they really wanted to silence him and wanted him gone,
he wouldn't have been able to say
that. Right. Or even if he said it, it never would have hit daylight. Nobody would have ever knew about it. They could have just made it go.
Oh, he said it on that drink thing.
No.
It don't matter.
It don't
It don't
matter.
matter what
Exactly.
he said it
They
from.
would have shut that shit totally down.
So they don't mind it out there then, huh?
They
That's
want
the
it.
point. Exactly. That's the point Brother Sean
Amplifying.
is making it.
They're giving it front attention.
It's a distraction from everything else that's going on. At these times when allegedly and supposedly these new energies supposed to be coming in, our DNA is supposed to be upgrading instead of the other. We're supposed to be focusing on self and ascending and et cetera, but we're talking about Kanye.
Kanye isn't bringing anything new to the table. He's just bringing stuff we already know to what he, quote unquote, the masses, the other 70%.
They don't know exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
They're being distracted with Kanye because they're putting it literally in our face. We all know Kanye
straight up in our face.
Yeah, Cannon already said it, and somebody else too, I think.
Nick Cannon had to apologize. Where you?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
He
Dirty
did.
Dick had to apologize to all the mouths he have to feed, but.
Right. So the fact that they're allowing Kanye to speak on it with every platform, giving him interviews, giving him that attention, and then canceling him, so we now have a focus on what to do. No, it's more of how can I say, to rally the people that are outspoken to a particular focus point, and then you're all going to adapt his apps and his focus, and they're all going to lead you to. He's another Judas goat. He's a Judas goat. They're putting out there for us to lead into. It's nothing that we as indigenous freaking people should be focusing on. We should be focusing on ourselves, because if we were doing that, the time and energy we would be putting towards ourselves would accomplish our thoughts and bring them into manifestation. But by not putting our thoughts into manifestation, we're putting their thoughts, what Kanye is saying, what he's doing. What about what you should be doing in this particular point in time? Fuck Kanye. Kanye was with the Kardashians, guys. So he's already has bad blood in his system. So the fact that they're not giving him a platform, it's for a reason. So I agree, it's a distraction. The people that we should be focusing on is ourselves, and everything they're doing is to just take you away from self-thought instead of you're focusing on Kanye.
I totally agree. Let me give you your explosion, nephew. And just to add on to that. Shit, I forgot.
He said he's helping bring in the one world. Janole says he's helping to bring in the one world religion and new right.
And he will, the millennials will follow him into that trap. Correct.
And to be honest, that I remember my thought now. They're laughing because they know that majority of the population don't know that whole Black Judean connection.
Black European.
And the Black European connection. They are laughing. So again, just in case you just joined us, shout out to Sis Miss Wright.
It's Truth UnCONPromeyezed. Get it straight.
Sis, for dropping this in the comments. Ye West is on the chopping board, huh? What if he woke up today and saw this video and read this post? Perhaps he may find out that he is related to George Knight West, father of Baron William West, as well as William Northwest. You know, Kanye's daughter named Northwest. Who's that? He's the father of Lord Thomas West, who is the father of Frances Virginia West, married to Margaret Reeves, parents of Robert West, father of Captain a.k.a. King John West, spouse of Queen Anne Powhatan West, also so-called Black, Royal, and Copper Color Indigenous American Indians.
So you have it.
So it's not an accident. Kanye know exactly who he is.
Yeah.
He's not Kanye because he's Kanye. He's Kanye because he has the bloodline to be Kanye. Let me say that for the slow ones in the back. He's not Kanye because he's Kanye up out of Chicago from a single parent mom
Or had to work his way
that
up.
he blew up and had to work his way up. He's Kanye because he's a West via his bloodline.
Right.
Black European.
He is a billionaire based on his Black European, Black. I can't even say they're I can't say they nobility.
Yeah, about to say they are nobility.
Yeah. Black royalty European bloodline.
Him and the other young lady, Miss what's her name? Candace Owens.
Oh, yeah.
That's not by chance she's in that position either.
Yeah, and I can't. I'm
You leave her alone.
looking
I'm
at
saying.
her heritage. This, that, and
Just
the
leave her
third.
alone. Just put her to the side.
So, by all accounts, Kanye knows exactly who he is. It ain't getting no past. He can't get around it.
No.
He knows who he is.
He knows why those Jewish people give him that money in the first place.
They ain't giving him nothing, baby. That's part of his bloodline.
Well, quote unquote, because remember, they're taking it away from him.
They ain't even taking it away from him. That's what they telling you publicly.
Yeah, he's not losing anything. He has.
No, he ain't losing nothing. Purred.
No, they're pushing it in front of us. So how's he losing it if he's getting more publicity by losing it? Okay.
Yeah. He's in a lot of columns.
I'm gonna say this again.
He's in everyone. He's in mama's mouth. Let's say it like that.
Go say this again. Because I want y'all to understand this. You need to understand it well.
Facts.
He is from the Black European royal bloodline / Black nobility.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't finna lose that. He was by fault already from money. Old money. Them white folks ain't got shit to give him because his bloodline put on the white folks.
Facts.
Do you all understand how this shit works?
Windsor House.
They're laughing at you.
Laughing at.
But not us. Because
Yeah.
we know what the fuck going on.
We already know, so
Clutch our pearls and shout out to this motherfucking information, baby.
Laughing at y'all.
Because we knew when he said it, when he came out of his fucking mouth, we knew, we like, okay, yeah, we already knew that over her. Okay. Now, didn't know that Black royal European bloodline. Thanks for the confirmation, sis. So he ain't losing the motherfucking thing.
Yeah, but see, one of the things, well, never mind, I get into the scripture. Never mind, leave it alone.
Shit.
It's
all
more
right, sis Kels, you listening while you cook. Yeah.
It's more for the European to say that you guys screwed up, because the European are the ones, the white Europeans are the ones who have treated us as a people unsightly.
Elaborate a little bit more for me.
I don't even think it was the white people. I think they were told.
Exactly. Thank you, nephew.
They don't know any better. In fact, when you meet them privately, they don't have an objection against us. It's just the front that they're meant to put on.
Well, I'm looking at the Southern Baptist Church, the ones that's holier than thou and God is everything. That's mostly all white people. They set up rules for us to, get out, not to be a part of the Christian faith and not a part of their church. It's part of their creed. So these churches, these European churches are, have set themselves as being who we are. And that's the identity hacking.
They did. I'm gonna say this again. Shout out to sis, Miss Wright in the building. She's in the chat. That's the sis that's been dropping this information.
Oh shoot.
Shout out to you, sis. So you know you're gonna have to send me that stuff on the Chase Bank or drop it in the chat. Shit. Sis be on it with the information.
That was pretty good.
Made me itch up in here. I'm gonna say this again. White folks didn't set this shit up. I don't know how many times I gotta come up here every week, whether I have on a motherfucking scarf, whether I got my motherfucking hair in the ponytail, whatever the motherfucking case may be. How many times do I have to get up here and say white people did not set this shit up?
Auntie Rhonda, you didn't have to say that. I think it was born, I forgot his name, but a young man came up here and showed us the receipt where the First Baptist Church was built by a black man. And he showed us the actual picture of the black man that had the First Baptist Church in a particular county. So we know the whole churches was not raised or was not brought to us by quote unquote
white
European
folks.
White folk.
No.
It was black European folks. White folks ain't, they didn't do
beard.
it.
We talked about the man having a white beard or white hair like it was Kris Kringle. So we know it wasn't no white man that brought us no religion. So that's what I'm saying. It's white face. It's black, European, and white face. It's not white man that's doing anything. He's a puppet. He's
gonna do what he's told. The black folks put the white people on.
He's getting a cut out of the ends. Remember, the government's giving him a cut for playing a position. But realistically, he's playing a position because he's being told to. He's not running things. He's being told.
No, he's been told.
Whose Bible, whose version of the Bible do melanated people stick to, of the world that's supposed to be the foremost authority? Who's melanated? Exactly.
King James?
Melanated.
King
James Stewart.
So that's telling you right there.
Right.
That's
it wasn't the white man. It wasn't that Pope Benedict III. No. It was your King James that brought you that Bible.
And before him, the Catholic priests them, the Vatican and all of them.
The Roman Empire. It was the Roman Empire.
Roman Empire, blackity black, blackity black, blackity
King
black,
Charles
black,
III.
black.
We can have a picture of him. We see his blackity black,
blackity black, blackity black. So now the white people did what to whom, how, and when now.
Right. The white people are they're a victim in this whole situation. They're just being used as pawns.
Yeah, they've been used. You're right. They've been used. I didn't say
the natives. Like I'm around native people all the time, and I'm realizing, hold on, they have love, they have condition, but they're really being used as a pawn to hold a particular place in this system. But as a person, they're a different individual. But the person they're supposed to be, they're supposed to keep us out of the quote unquote company known as the government.
But they agreed to that.
Correct.
They can send it. They can send it to the karma that comes along with it.
Yes, absolutely. But they know what they're consenting to. They know that who they're trying to present themselves as. They know that.
So maybe it's a wake up time for somebody.
Well, it's for us.
Right. The wake up is for us.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
They know what's going on. It's for us to wake up.
It's for us to wake up.
And do what we're supposed to do on a spiritual level, because only then we can manifest it in reality, in physical reality.
That's what the thing says.
Absolutely.
We're the ones clowning, not them. They're watching. Remember, our culture is built on what we do, built on how we present ourselves. So realistically, they're waiting on us to smarten up to change culture. I would add an issue with AI, and I'm thinking to myself, hold on. If I'm tapped into myself and I'm focused on myself, I think I would want AI to do the mundane things in life. But if we have AI running our lives and we don't have nothing to do with it, then AI will run our lives into bullshit. But if we're tapped into the source, okay, you can run all that shit. I don't want to be part of third-based reality. Deal with that, and I'll go tap into frigging where I'm supposed to be, and that's where we should be. But that's not how people are looking at it.
Right. So, just to recap, Kanye ain't had nothing taken away from him.
And he's given more as of this point. He has
How
notoriety.
Kanye got something taken away from him from quote white folks when his bloodline put the white folks on? It don't work that way.
He's now a household name in the white folks world.
Don't work that way. We're telling you what's really going on. We're telling you it's a psyops. We're telling you why it's a psyops. Kanye was born into Black European royal bloodline money. The Black European royal bloodline money that put on the white folks that you see today, that folks want to still give them all this power. So now, how they taking what from him? How? That's the point I'm trying to get y'all to see. Okay?
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
If Kanye is the only one still standing that went against Jay-Z, as far as for financially, career-wise, and everything. Anybody that's then crossed Jay-Z ain't in business no more, ain't breathing no more. But yet still Kanye still relevant. And lately he's been anti-corporate system because now he realizes that he's bigger than the system. The system still survives off of him. I mean, who else at this time would have been relevant enough to distract everybody?
Exactly.
Because you don't hear nobody talking about none of these other so-called celebrities. I mean, who's really relevant at this point in time other than Kanye? They talk about him more now than they do Trump.
Right.
That is true. Huh?
The same. He took a picture with Trump. He wanted to be president. So
he's being talked about more now than God.
Yeah. He called himself Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hear people calling on Jesus. They calling on Kanye.
Easy.
So hopefully,
right there.
Hopefully y'all are seeing the connection. And even with the Jay-Z stuff, this man, he went underground. Back in the day, he used to put out work tying these particular celebrity bloodlines to each other, saying how they're all related and saying how they're all in these different secret society orders. And Jay-Z was one of those people. Now, I don't know how true this is, but he was saying Jay-Z was related to Ike Turner. I'm getting there. Bear with me.
Really? Okay.
He was saying that Jay-Z is related to Ike Turner.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He is. That's right. I heard that too.
Here's the catch.
Mm-hmm.
He also said that Beyonce is related to Tina Turner.
Yeah, I heard that. Mm-hmm.
And Tina Turner, what's the lady that's saying At Last? Etta James. Oh, James. God damn. Etta James. Anyhow, that Beyonce is related to Tina Turner and Etta James.
Yeah, I heard that too. I heard them say that.
Now, that's what this man said. He used to put out a blog. This was years ago. I ain't seen his shit in a minute. Okay, so he must have went back to underground. So y'all remember Sweetie Pies, the lady up out of St. Louis? where her son with the big booty is in jail. I'm not laughing for what he's in jail for putting a hit out on and taking out his nephew over some insurance money. The sweetie pie lady that had the soul food restaurant in St. Louis, who sang with Ike and Tina Turner and them, as one of the backup people, one of the backup singers. She had Sweetie Pie had a reality show, right? So one day on the reality show, I really didn't like it, but you know how the spirit works. I just so happened, because people were raving about this Sweetie Pies. I said, let me try to check the shit out. So the day I tried to check it out, guess who was a guest on that? Beyonce's dad. Matthew, I think that's his name, right? Matthew Knowles. He was a guest on Sweetie Pies. And long story short, he brought up the Tina Turner connection. And he said it so quick that I know nobody, because if people would have caught on, it would have went viral. And my mouth dropped. And I said, oh, shit. So what that dude was saying in his little investigative work about Tina Turner, Beyonce's mama, Tina Knowles, Tina Turner, Tina Knowles. I'm like, that shit is true. Okay. So I'm just bringing that up to say you're not going to get to this ultra rich / wealthy status of being a billionaire unless you have those type of connections. That's what we keep telling you all. That's what keep being proven. Just don't work that way. All right? So
and ain't he alleged?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Ain't he allegedly and supposedly Kelly's father?
Chill.
Yeah, that's what they were saying, and that's why Jay-Z and Beyonce's baby look just like Kelly's first baby.
Yeah, that heard they were related. Well, I mean, he was whoring.
So basically, Kelly's his second daughter, which is why she got a number
right,
2.
By another baby mama.
Right. So in the band Destiny's Child, she's number 2 because that's his daughter. Both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
And if you look at Beyonce's mom, she looked like Etta James to me.
Yeah, they could definitely be.
Oh shit, Brother Sean, did you get kicked off?
No, I'm here. I'd say they could definitely. They look like they could definitely be related.
Yeah. And Beyonce just so happened to sing Etta James' song.
This happens.
That would be tribute to her family.
Didn't Beyonce play Etta James in Cadillac Records?
Mm-hmm.
Honoring her ancestor.
I'm just saying. Okay? So as we go through this financial stuff, and they're talking about, I got to get back in my notes, these different families or whatever, setting up these Federal Reserves, you have to know that behind this stuff, it's these black nobility / black royal bloodlines. The face of it now are white folks, but that's not who the original folks, and still not who the true hidden money players in the game. That's not who's running it. Okay, still black folks. So Kanye ain't worried about losing no funky ass endorsements.
That's only front.
So he was already a billionaire status at a minimum, because he's of that black European royal bloodline.
Generational.
Okay? Exactly. Let me see where we are with this. Okay, so some of the original shareholders of the Federal Reserve Regional Bank, for any collision, nepotism, or connection to the City of London and the Queen's central banking system. And then he just goes through the names: Hanover, the Rockefellers, the Morgans, the Paynes, put the Edisons up in there, etc., 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 etc. Okay, so let's get into the Pacers, because in that documentation he talked about the Pacers being the hired help. Okay, we went over the Pacers before. Damn, they snatched that shit down. God damn it, damn you, damn, hum, him. They didn't snatch this shit down.
You didn't take it off the copy?
They snatched the Pacers. I'm like, I guess they like, bitch, we tired of you talking about these Pacers. We got something for your ass.
Well, you know, the Pacers are French, too.
Yeah, because King Louis hired the Pacers.
Yeah. That was his son. That
I just had this shit up here. God damn it, y'all heard me say I've been talking about that shit for years. And I had just pulled it. God damn you. I dare you take my shit down. But I had a backup to the smack up. Let me do this Pacer stuff. Literally, fam, I just pulled that shit 2-3 weeks ago. The shit was up there. Now it's pulled from the site. But see, I had pulled this document though.
Yeah.
Shit. All right, let me where's display? All right. Oh shit. Sorry, y'all. I'm struggling. It's gonna have to be the little last. My allergies kicking in. All right, so this is Louis Cass Pacer, 1850 to 1939. For a moment, let us digress back to the time when the former Crown Prince of France, now Daniel Pacer, arrived in America. Daniel married a woman by the name of Suzanne Reiser or Kaiser around the year of 1814. All marriages of this family's bloodline are through all issues of the family to this date. They say we keep marriage in the family. They really don't play no marrying outsiders, okay? So even when they crossed across the line, now I'm talking about within these family royal bloodlines. So even when they crossed across the line in, like for over here in the Americas, marrying American Indians, it was a strategic purpose. Okay, I'm talking about these family bloodlines. Not necessarily talking about your particular family bloodline that's mixed with black Europeans. Now, I do have to say I'm still fucked up on my grandparents' situation, and I'm speculating. I'm gonna have to pick my mom's brain and see if she thinks the same thing, that my black European grandparents didn't approve of my grandfather marrying my grandmother. She was considered an outsider. All right. Okay. So Susanna was the sister to one of Sarah Reiser, which married a German by the name of John Reed, who owned the Reed gold mine and started the gold rush fever in the Carolinas. The Pacers were also involved with gold mines. Okay.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Why that don't sound like a German name?
Sure doesn't.
What, the Pacers?
What was his name? John Reed. What was his name before that? I wonder.
Right.
Because is that an indigenous name he stole in order to allegedly own the gold mine? Is that something they just took? But I see they were smart enough to marry somebody owning something. But
Right.
considering they say we keep the marriage in the family, whatever offsprings were from that arrangement probably was already betrothed to somebody else in the family.
Right. Right.
So it's just no telling what type of seed mixing went on with them, whether or not they set up other family members with other members of the Reed family. I mean, because marriage wasn't for love back then. It was for everything, but it was for commerce.
Right.
And pulling together bloodlines.
Absolutely.
I digress.
Right. Absolutely. Great point. And then we have to remember out of the Carolinas, I mean, it lines up. Who came specifically to the Carolinas out of Europe? Wasn't it the French Huguenots? Payseur, they're French. Okay.
Right.
And the documentation that got snatched down told us that Daniel Payseur was the hired help. Okay?
Yeah.
He was the hired help out of France, working up under King Louis from France, okay? And that documentation even gave the person who hired Daniel Payseur to run the assets / holding companies / trust on behalf of King Louis.
It's in that Big Secrets book. That was our other source too.
That's true, sis. So let's always remember all of these connects. So even the Daniel Payseur, he wasn't the ultimate boss. He was still hired. Okay, so the Payseurs were also involved with gold mines in Daniel's business years before his death. He was instrumental in acquiring with his wealth from gold holdings, vast holdings in numerous banks, railroads, construction companies, railway companies. And remember, I didn't went through this before because I went through and read every company throughout every industry that the Payseurs were involved in.
Yeah, that was everything.
Okay. But again, he was managing those assets on behalf of King Louis now. All right. So they're just going through the resources again, these different companies, railroad, all of that. Railway, sleeping cars, the Pullman, steam tractors, firearms. I told you, nobody going into battle with no motherfucking bows and arrows. Who y'all think y'all playing with? I think somebody put in the chat, that gunpowder was here in the 1600s. All right. So
He
I'm
said
sorry,
the
what you
gun,
say, sis?
he said we invented he believed or she believes whoever chatted that the guns were made by us. We invented the guns.
Could
And then
have been.
yeah, that's what he
Nonetheless, them bitches was here.
yeah, that's
Shit.
Because if you look at some of the remains of giants, they found giants with giant guns
Sure
and
did.
swords with bullet wounds in their heads and
Sure
all type
did.
of stuff.
You right. So like I said, I know brothers. Y'all ain't finna bring no knife to a motherfucking gunfight. Y'all just not finna do it. Shit.
And look at all the terraforming that is taking place here. The wars using nuclear weapons, this, that, or the other. The fact that at one point the ancestors were elementals, just wasn't no regular or conventional weapon, wasn't going to be able to do shit against the powers that were had at one time.
Right.
So I'm just saying, and we've seen from other cultures, like if you go to the movie 300, this, that, or the other, the Persians and all them other motherfuckers used arrows too. So how do we know other motherfuckers ain't come over here with just arrows and shit and get their motherfucking ass handed to them because we had shit they just couldn't fuck with?
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
Butler in his book talked about how they tried for 600 years to take us down. Remember that?
Yeah, it didn't happen overnight. They had to keep on trying, keep on trying, had to get allies on their side. And
Yeah.
as they was getting motherfuckers on their side, they was getting caught and getting wiped out. That's why it took so motherfucking long. Because at one point, motherfuckers ain't deal with that traitor shit. Motherfucker, if you fucking with the enemy, that's your ass.
Exactly.
There ain't nothing to talk about.
Right.
Nothing. It ain't going to trial. We caught you right
It's on
here.
sight.
Your head getting
You
cut
get
off
dealt
right
with
here.
on sight. Exactly.
And then they'll let one of them motherfuckers go. Let them go back home and tell motherfuckers, dude, they ain't playing. They killed their own motherfuckers without no trial.
None
nothing.
of
They
that.
just cut
On
off some
sight.
motherfucking head and let us go home and told us to go back and tell. And that's what we do. We telling y'all, don't go over there fucking with them niggas. They ain't got no play in them.
Exactly. They crazy. They crazy for real. Yeah, it took them a long time.
Yeah, that's Mormon history
So,
too.
you know, we can't say like our ancestors was just
Auntie,
yes, sir.
they didn't fight us. They had to marry into
They
us.
married in. To be honest, that's how the takedown was. And even with the marrying in, though, in our motherfucking defense, it was still on site, nigga.
Yeah, but it was, you that woman's wife? All right. You that his husband? All right. You got a pass just because you were family. Just because. Any other day, it was your head though.
Yeah.
But even again, what I'm saying is because if you follow the wars, you had the Europeans against the Europeans. So even at that point, it was like, okay, yeah, we was fucking y'all up for a few little 100 years, this, that, and the third, when it was Indian on Indian. Okay, now we got Black Europeans in our family. So our children are mixed. We still fucking you up on sight, colonizer. So even with that said, you still didn't get no pass. You still didn't get to come over here with the fuck shit. Because it was family. That's just like today. Can't nobody walk up and violate your family and let me step aside and let you fuck this child up or smack the shit out of my wife because, she's more American Indian, and I'm Black European, so I'm gonna let you slap the shit out of her. It still don't even work like that today. It's about family. I'm gonna tell your ass out the frame. That's family. So we have to follow the history, follow the wars, understand about the marrying in. But even with the marrying in, folks still wasn't going to let you run up on their family members because they Black European. They wasn't finna, it just didn't happen like that. That's your family. It just don't work that way. We don't even let that shit work that way now. Wait a minute, nigga. You said what to my wife? You said what to my daughter? You said what to my son? Nah, I'm tearing your ass out the frame. Ain't nobody stopping within your family to say, oh, let me see here. Now, should I be upset because, how much part of Black European you are, my love? No, nigga, I'm going to tear your ass out the frame. Okay, so firearms, this and the other, wagons, buggy. Now they saying the buggies are now known as Cadillac cars, y'all. He owned a huge plantation of cotton, tobacco, timber, and corn. He also owned the manufacturer of cotton, Eli Whitney of the Cotton Gin. Susanna and Daniel had 2 sons. The first born was Adam and then Jonas. At some time in Adam's young adult life, he was taken out and all the family assets were set up to pass to Jonas W. Pesur upon his father Daniel's death. Jonas carried on the family tradition and increased the family holdings to include steamship companies now known as United Fruit Company, Mining Equipment Company, Aluminum Company of America, Alcoa, mining companies for coal, iron, copper, gold, and silver, and was the main supplier to the government for gold and silver. Y'all catching this? And was the main supplier of gold to the government for gold and silver. Now, I want y'all to remember, although they're going through this stuff talking about the Pesurs, remember who hired the Pesurs. Came up out of France. Daniel was hired help up out of France by King Louis. Okay? To manage these different assets. They started the meat processing company, now known as Armour and Company, and started the cattle and stock yards across America at the railroad yards. While the Pesurs were busy buying property during the Civil War. Oh, really now? So whole ass war going on and they buying property. The Union government was actively seizing all property and public records. The reason for this search and seizure was to find out who owned what property so the government could seize more property.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
What I'm tripping on is at some time in Adam's young adult life, and all of the family assets were set up to pass to Jonas. Now you figure somebody that's that powerful at that time and your son just gets unalive in that way. And all they have to write about is that your other son gets it all.
Mm-hmm. So give it more specific on that thought.
I don't know. I'm thinking his brother had him bumped off because he didn't want to wait to be in control of everything.
Could have been.
So he bumped his own brother off.
Could have been.
I mean, because other than that, it would have just seemed like it would have stated something otherwise. You that powerful and your son
get unalived. Right.
Right. And nothing is said or done about it.
Right.
Nothing is mentioned about who could have possibly did it and why.
Right.
And all during the Civil War, y'all just sitting up buying property
Right.
while
Big balling.
giving the government gold and this, that, or the other. I'm just saying, I mean, where was you getting all this shit from?
Right. You French
And,
Huguenot, but continue.
and I guess that's around the time when land patents was going out too, I guess.
Come on now.
All given by whose permission? Wasn't nobody indigenous
Nope.
that had any true authority to be making any deals. And not that those who had true authority to do anything would have done that, because they know that mama don't belong to no damn body.
Exactly.
She can't be sold. But I digress, because we said that I don't know how many times.
Yeah. It'll sink in eventually. Okay, so all of the public records were seized from each county courthouse in every Confederate state and taken to Bradford, North Carolina, where they were meticulously studied, some of them totally rewritten, thence to be returned to their original places if they had not been destroyed at a later date. This information was found out after I was doing some research in the southern courthouses. I couldn't figure out how the same handwriting kept showing up in all these different record books all across the South and different states on the same dates. Very good catch. My friend was kidding me when I voiced this question, and he told me that they got around in flying saucers back then. Okay, whatever. Okay, in order, he was making a joke, by the way, y'all. Okay, so in order to conceal the family interests from both the government and Quantrill's raiders, Quantrill had married into the Springs family. Okay, so in that documentation that Brother Odel gave us, the Springs family was on the list of big baller families moving big things, because that's what made me pull back out this Payseurs stuff. The Payseurs bought things in families' names, father-in-laws, brother-in-laws, etc., such as the Smith. On that list, the Smiths was there. The Gills, Moores, Poor, Hawken. They had the nerve to throw coon up in that motherfucker. Payseurs, Bashore, and Basin, Hudson, Kaiser, Letson, Reed. Throughout all of it, when forming corporations, he always held stock certificate number 1, which was always a special type of voting, Class A type preferred stock, and always signified prime ownership. And I'm telling you why he always had the Class A type preferred stock, saying prime ownership, the Payseurs, because the Payseurs really were just managing the assets for King Louis now. And they got a cut, the Payseur family got a cut off of all of that. Jonas W. Payseur married Harriet Smith, and their eldest son was Louis Cass Payseur. Louis Cass is on the record in the Library of Congress as being a postmaster from 1877 to 1883 in North Carolina. Louis carried on the family tradition by being instrumental in adding such business to the list, such as the United States Postal Service, the Federal Reserve, the United States Military Railroad Security Police, of the Selma, Rome, and Dalton railroads, known today after many name changes and years of obscurity as the C, the I to the A. There are many different levels and branches of this organization. They acquired huge forests from coast to coast for wood products and manufacturing of utility poles, cross ties, railroad cars, furniture, boxes, etc., 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 and the automobile manufacturer known as General Motors Corporation. So I'm hoping you all getting this stuff. During the Depression of the late 1800s, thanks to the shortage of cash that was in circulation. Oh, thanks to the shortage, huh? Oh, okay then. The Rutherford Railroad Construction Company extended credit to the railroad companies. So it was a shortage of cash. And so all of a sudden, somebody had to extend credit to the railroad companies in exchange for their stock. Preferred stock, of course, which carried voting rights and also their government granted, what that say? Which carried voting rights and also their government granted land patents as collateral of credit to finish the expansion of the railroads. When the railroad I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
So basically what they're saying is they didn't have enough gold, so they just had a certain amount of cash in circulation, considering it had to be backed by something back then.
Right.
So they didn't have enough cash and extended credit.
Mm-hmm.
Debt notes.
And the shortage of cash was planned, right?
Mm-hmm. So they could take the land.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we keep sitting up here telling you? Well, I keep sitting up here telling you. What is more valuable? The fiat or the land and the people? Because, see, they understand what's more valuable. You don't understand it. And they keep setting the play up for you real nice and comfy. Because you clamoring for that cash and they clamoring for that ass and that land. But let's continue. So, when the railroad companies bankrupted, their stock was forfeited to who? Louis Cass Pasteur and the railroad companies whose stock LC held were thereby amalgamated under one railroad, Southern Railway Company. Okay? So this is out of the playbook of Economic Hitman. Because the indigenous people wind up with the debt, and the people that was issuing the credit wind up with the land and the assets and the minerals. It's the same play.
Sound like Monopoly to me.
It is Monopoly. Along with these railroad companies came their land acquired from congressional what? Land grants. All of the railroad companies were set up on a 99-year leases. Right? So they're just saying the majority of these leases expired on 17th of June, 1993. This lease merged with Norfolk Western Railway to extend it through the merger and the name change of Norfolk Southern in 1993. The Pesur family and the railroads acquired the monopoly for the manufacturing of electrical power, the monopoly for pipeline companies for water and fuels, now known as Standard Oil or Exxon Oil, exporting and importing goods and foods. I just want you to remember the Pesur family reported to King Louis and them. So I don't want you to ever forget that they answer back to that French crown. The family estate was also passed to the eldest son of the eldest son. Wait, the family estate was also passed to the eldest son. Okay, I read that right. Passed to the eldest son of the eldest son in the family. It was believed that the women had no brains and were not worthy of knowing any more than how to have babies and entertain family and business associates. So for many generations, the women were treated like mushrooms. Unfortunately, I mean, you know, that's the European way. That's the European way.
That's just my first time hearing that particular phrase, treated like mushrooms.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, for the peoples of the world, Louis Cass Pesur was unable to produce a male heir. You see how the universe works? Mother Earth said, "You funky motherfucker. I fix you." So was unable to produce a male heir. He and his wife, Mary Alice Hudson Pesur, had 3 daughters, Una, Pearl, and the eldest, Iola Madeline, who married George Gatlin of Gatlin Guns, and none of them were privileged to very much detailed information about the family's holdings. However, they were entrusted with the family genealogy and kept very accurate records. Yeah, they Black Europeans. They gonna document that pedigree, baby. Make no mistake about it. It is documented very, very well. With the death of Louis Cass, he left no male heirs to his fortune. So in solution to this, he appropriated Lola's eldest daughter's husband to manage his Pesur's affair. Child. The family secrets were kept hidden from the women for the most part up until Iola Pesur's Fulgrim's husband's death in the mid-1950s. Iola's husband had been appointed by Louis Cass as his personal business manager, and of course he knew everything, and it was all kept in the records in the family safe in their home. After Mr. Fulgrim's death, I'm sure curiosity got the best of, they said up here her name was Iola. Yeah, Iola's, and sent her on a search. It is known that she went through all of her father's and husband's personal records of the family's business and locked everything away, ordering in her will that it not be opened until 5 years after her death. Excuse me. The family really wasn't too concerned about what was there because they had plenty of money. Every day they had checks come in the mail or money was deposited into their bank accounts from stock dividends. 5 years came and passed, and the family had forgotten about opening the safe. In about the year 1971, the family decided to sell the old estate. It was at that time the family decided to open the safe. It was then they discovered power and vast holdings the estate held. The family had to make some major decisions fast. One of the things that the family discovered was the information about the 99-year leases and the fact that the family owned all the railroads and the lands granted to the railroads associated with this ownership were hundreds of corporations in the United States and around the world. On that day, that the safe was opened. The family found hundreds of stock certificates where L.C. Pessoa had stock certificate number 1, type A, denoting the principal or major ownership of each corporation. Since about 1972, the family had been trying to regain control of the leased corporations to clear up the mess that has happened with everything and the frauds that have been committed. I think this is the one we went over before, but that's okay. I'm glad I kept this document since they want to snatch down other little stuff. Shit. All right, so they're just going to go over the Pessoa's ownership of the various companies. So that's Jonas Pessoa. Well, that's what they say. You know, I don't be trusting they shit. Okay. Matter of fact, I'm gonna hit up Knowledge Yourself and ask him to do some research on the Pessoas. God damn it, I can't trust that that's the picture of the real Pessoas. God damn it, I don't trust them. I'm gonna hit up Knowledge Yourself. Shout out to Knowledge Yourself. Shit, I don't trust their ass. Because they look poor, right? How the fuck that's the Pessoas? They look poor as fuck right here.
Mm-hmm.
Do they look like billionaires to you right here? Yeah, I smell a motherfucking rat. They look poor as fuck right here. Your funky asses. That's okay. I'm going to get Knowledge Yourself on y'all asses. All right. So this spring's name we saw in the other documentation that Brother Odel gave us. Sorry that this is lopsided like this, y'all. Okay, but y'all get the gist. It's going through all the different bloodline lineage of the Pessoas and the assets held in trust. Okay, so they're saying that some of the assets, the Bank of Lancaster, the cotton mill, cotton oil, Lancaster manufacturing, and railway companies. Okay, so again, remember the Pessoas were hired by King Louis them. Okay. All right. So, okay, the letterhead has been used in continuation form. Daniel Pessoa's time till now, which shows left and right at the top of the page. A halberd of the Swiss Guard, which was decimated in an attempt to save the life of King Louis and Marie Antoinette. King Louis, who hired the Pessoas during the siege and assault of the revolutionary mobs against the French royal family at the Palace of Versailles on the night of October 25th, 1789, and finally wiped out on the night of August 10th, 1792 at the Tuileries, whatever the hell that is, in Paris, against defending their royal charges. Okay, so I want y'all to remember King Louis and them was blackety black, blackety black. Right? In his recent book, The Sum of All Fears, Tom Clancy says the Swiss Guards and their principal weapons. The striped jumpsuits. I don't care about that shit. I don't feel like reading all of that shit. All right, so the Swiss mercenary guards have protected the pontiff and property of the Roman Catholic Church since its inception. And they have also protected the royalty of France and the Holy Roman Empire. King Louis was the French arm. Marie Antoinette was the Holy Roman Empire. Okay, so now I just wants to be clear. And shout out to Brother Kui Mayo, who did the drop. Go check it out on his YouTube channel. He was talking about the whole notion that the folks that's calling themselves the Moors, the Washita Nation, owning all of Louisiana. And he broke that shit down flawlessly with receipts. That shit ain't true. Okay? He went and pulled the records, all of that. But the story that the Washita Moors are given is that Marie Empress Westerface is related to Marie Antoinette and was given the land by bloodline via Marie Antoinette. So when it was brought to me, brought to me, I said, okay, but Marie Antoinette is French. How is that indigenous American Indian? It wasn't Marie Antoinette's to give to anybody. So by default, based on your own story, Washita Moors, you don't have any right or any ownership to Louisiana. Okay, now I've been done said that. Shout out to Brother Kui Mayo. He brought the records, and even that story ain't accurate. Okay, so you can go check out his video. He broke it down precisely. What transpired with that whole Louisiana, Washita, what the Moors are saying are Washita now, and it was far from what they said. Okay, let me get back to this. I just like to throw that in there because y'all need to understand when people are bringing you these ideology and doctrine, there's records for this shit. So Marie Antoinette was the Holy Roman Empire. Okay. The halberd photograph for this letterhead was carried by one of the members of the complement of Swiss guards who sacrificed themselves that August night in 1792, and it bears the French royal family's coat of arms. It has been kept in the family to this day. A point to note concerning Daniel's birth certificate, as it is given on the letterhead, is that 1793, with the deaths of his parents under the guillotine, began his reign, his new life. It does not reflect his true birth date, which was March 25th, 1785. Okay, so they're indicating up here in this particular drop that Cass was by bloodline related to King Louis and them, which I'm cool with that too. That makes sense. Why he was appointed to manage those large amounts of assets makes sense to me, right? So that means if he was related to King Louis and them, that made him black. So, which meant, I meant what the fuck I said. Sorry, I don't want to make y'all busy. That this shit, that's fake. These are not the real Pessoas, the original Pessoas. Y'all that just took this white family, probably indentured servants, came over here on the contract, this, that, and the third, and you want me to believe that this King Louis and them people, oh, okay then. You get the fuck out of here. Right? Okay. So y'all lying about that. Get the fuck on out of here. Okay, so I can't read through this, y'all. So this is the actual part of the actual I don't know if this is a letter or a contract, whatever the case may be. So I'm trying to see what else I want to go through this. I think we're done. I think that's the part I wanted y'all to see. Yeah, that's the part I want y'all to see because I ain't finna read through all of this. I'll have to break this down, go through it. Okay?
It just seems like at that part where it was talking about that they didn't even care what was in the safe. They was just living off the checks that was coming in. That sounds like some squatter type shit to me. You done stole somebody's identity, set up shop. You ain't really got access to all that other shit because
damn, Brother Sean.
You ain't pulled all the paperwork fraud off yet. Then when shit started drying up, yeah. Then once the end started drying up, you excuse me, had set up enough business dealings where they felt comfortable enough to give you access to the safe.
Come on now.
But they gave them access to the safe knowing that they had already took everything about that bitch. So all you can do is look at what was there and can't do shit about it. So it seemed like to me like Mr. Paysor and them, the original melanated one, was taking some shit for themselves and got caught. Like you, bitch. You got all this shit during the war and everything. You sitting up putting your name in the A spot and everything like you own my shit. You was just supposed to be setting shit up for me. You wasn't supposed to be in that one A spot. So now we got to replace y'all.
Interesting. Or when it was time for the reset, because remember that Civil War, that denotes a major reset, fam. Okay?
Yeah.
That was a major reset of shifting out the face of power from black to white. So them black Paysors, it's time for you. Go on, sit the fuck down somewhere, bruh. Because remember, when the black Europeans started coming over here, they switched identities. They hid their identities. White folks were taking on those melanated surnames. So that was the switch out for the Paysors from black to white.
Probably some of their servants that have been working for them.
Right. Let me go back up to this picture. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make y'all dizzy in the audience, so bear with me here. These indentured servants, probably the indentured servants to the black Paysors. Look at us, we just gonna create our own motherfucking narrative. Why the fuck we just gonna create our shit? Shit, you ain't fooling us, goddammit. We telling you this what happened. Shit.
Look like indentured servants to me.
They look, how the fuck this King Louis and them people? King Pimpalicious Louis that was dressed to the motherfucking nines, draped in gold and diamond, had his motherfucking perm laid to the goddamn side. You trying to convince what? This his people? Who the fuck y'all think y'all playing with in this bitch? Marie Antoinette, who ass sat on her back in them dresses. Yeah, y'all, white people, y'all know that shit is true. You know, black women, for the most part, we didn't need them corset thing. You know, a lot of them had ass that sat on their back in them dresses, okay?
And that don't look like no mansion and nothing to me. That look like an outhouse or something.
That look like a motherfucking outhouse. Who the fuck they think they playing with?
The wooden chair on the porch. don't
The
look like the
baby
big house.
motherfucking hair ain't even combed. Who the fuck y'all think y'all playing with around this bitch? Now Louis stayed at the beautician with a fresh perm and motherfucking roller set. And let's say he didn't have no perm. He sure got that shit washed, pressed, and set. Who the fuck y'all think y'all playing with? And let's say the nigga was balled up underneath there because he was hoeing back up in the day and he had VD and his motherfucking hair fell out. And that bitch was a wig.
Right.
Don't matter, goddammit. That wig was still in a fresh roller set. Marie's shit stayed fresh. Draped in the jewels, this, that, and the third, her fresh ass gear on. You trying to tell moi. Now I'm using my French. Goddamn, that could be that Huguenot side of me.
All right.
You're trying to tell moi that that's these people right there, that's they people. Get the fuck out of here.
Granny sitting there looking like we going to hell.
That's Granny from the Beverly motherfucking Hillbillies.
Looking like we going to hell for lying like this.
The father from the Beverly motherfucking Hillbillies. And they ain't even made it to Beverly Hills. Who the fuck they think they playing with? This was when they was back in the hills. Where was the Beverly Hillbillies and them from? Were they from Virginia? Where the fuck the Beverly Hillbillies was from in the South? Who the fuck they think they playing with? This is not the original Pacers.
I think they was from Tennessee.
Oh, Tennessee. Sure was. Sure was. My motherfucking bad. My grandparents, my great-grandparents, my bad. Well, shit, my grandparents too. My grandfather's house was draped out more than this, nigga. Who you playing with? My great-grandparents' shit, whose house was bigger than my grandfather's shit, was draped more than this. God damn it. This what the fuck you trying to convince us? Not the kid. You wasn't even smart enough to sit them in front of one of them motherfucking castles and comb the baby's hair? And put some drip on these people? Get the fuck out of here. Y'all ain't playing with me like that. No, these were the indentured servants. And they probably weren't even the Pacers indentured servant. They probably took a motherfucking historical picture of indentured servants in front of their fucking house. And you trying to put this shit off as the Pacers? Nah, bruh. I ain't finna buy that. You can go on up the street with that shit. Okay? So, all right, fam. Shit. That's the Pacers stuff. Definitely wanted to go over that with you all again. I know it's been a minute since we went over that. They snatched down the other shit. I'm gonna have to see if I put it somewhere else. But that's that. All right. I know I didn't kept everybody extra this, that, and the third. Brother Odel, he dropped off. So shout out to Brother Odel. He'll come back next week and chop it up and put it all in perspective on what is going on today. Okay. With that said, we're gonna wind down for last words. Nephew, knew why you have any last words? Oh shit, I forgot y'all be getting mute. Y'all can unmute y'allself. You have any last words from the for the family? Nephew, knew why? Uh-oh. All right, nephew. I'll come back to you. Sister Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Oh my goodness, this has been such an interesting night. There's so many things we've learned and we have talked about. And our ancestry is very broad and very deep. And it's not as shallow as one culture, but many cultures. So I'm really happy to find that out. But one thing I did realize when I was going into my kitchen, because I went into the kitchen for a few minutes, and I thank everybody for giving me your input on the chat. You know, Lee Cummins said that we, the European we's, I'm talking about them, was shipped over here as prisoners of war. Do you know that's what they have us now as prisoners of war? And I thought, wait a minute, how come that's, you know, because we lost the Southern War for those who fought in the South for the land. And then they took that, the pesos and stuff, you know, confiscated all of that, I understand. And then by the books. And then they wrote on their constitution, we are never can be citizens. The Indians or the anybody of African descent can never be citizens of this country. That's what they have on their constitution. So that makes us prisoners of war. So I'm just imagining why we are prisoners of war. Was it the fight, or if it's because they threw our European ancestors over here, and if they intermarried with us over here, then that made us prisoners of war too, because they didn't want us back over there in Europe. But it's just a thought. So my brain was working overtime on that. How come we are prisoners of war? But it's an interesting thing for me to figure that out at the last minute. It's like an epiphany. But I appreciate the Blog Talk, and I appreciate everybody on Blog Talk tonight. This is a very informative Blog Talk session tonight. I hope everybody enjoyed it. And thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you, sis. Thanks,
and
sis.
Thank you, Brother Sean.
Love you, Sis Sandra.
You put the fire to it, because you know I ain't gonna do what you guys do.
Right. See, you kept your Black European, Judean, Hebrewian, Christian values. I'm a savage Indian. Fuck them. Fuck that. Fuck all of that. I broke up with a nigga trying to throw the Bible in my face. What? Yeah. No, nigga, this shit is over. What? No, nigga, no. You trying to be slick, and I told you I don't fucking play that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's funny.
So I said, kept that. Girl, they gonna fuck themselves. I don't care about that bullshit, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm glad that Brother Sean came and put it on it.
Sis be using us, Brother Sean, for her dirty work. Cause you know what? Sis the type of woman, and I love her to death. When you get in a fight, she the woman in the back.
You say, go, do it.
And you standing there like you got to swing on the bitch, taking somebody by the hair, uppercut. No, whore, who you trying to? And she's standing there, get her, sis. And you out there hustling and tussling. And then when she see you whoop about 5-10 bitches, then she want to come running, jumping in. Like, if you don't get out of here, bitch, I'll fuck you up in this group. I did all this heavy lifting. Shit. Part of my motherfucking locks gone. This bitch can scratch me in my face. And now you gonna come at the end. So anyhow.
You did well.
Thank you. Thank you. As you get to keep your Judean Christian values. I'll keep being a savage Indian. Fuck them. Shit. That bullshit they talking. So,
Well, you know, you have to know my past to know my present.
yeah, it's all good, sis. You do what's comfortable for you. It's okay. I don't give a fuck. They can go fuck themselves then, now, and tomorrow. Shit.
Oh, that was fun though.
All right,
I
so,
enjoyed that one.
yeah, she always do that, Brother Sean. Let us sit up here and MF and SB. Fuck you, fuck that. Then I get into man shit. Yeah, nigga, fuck you, you dirty. And then she's starting to say, yeah. Now they cussed everybody the fuck out. Cause last week I was like, you can't fuck, you ain't getting no nut out of it. Yeah.
Oh God, makes life interesting though.
Yeah, it's funny though. It's adorable and cute. It is. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, the reason we're prisoners of war is because we haven't been winning.
That's true. That's true too.
Also, we're prisoners of war because we consent to be. We have all the power to change everything. And all we choose to change is at what point in history we were victims and continue to be victims to this day. We continue to be prisoners of war because we consent to an ongoing, eternal war. We don't want eternal peace because we choose to exist in frequencies in which these parasites want us to be in. We want to be lazy. We want to be ignorant because we don't want the responsibility of being who and what we claim to be. Once you get past your victimization, you might actually realize how great you are. You might actually realize why everybody from every dimension is trying to get here by any means necessary. And here ain't necessarily third dimensional Earth. You have other timelines in which you're active in. But if your focus is totally on this one, you losing all that shit on the other timelines too during this reset. But you so stuck on this one timeline and this one dimension and fear and hatred and revenge that you actually missing the bigger picture. Where's your energy actually harvested at? I mean, where are you at really? If this is a hologram, an experiment, and an experience, where are you actually at this point in time?
Right.
I guess y'all have figured that out at some point in time. As for me, I ain't gonna be around long enough for y'all to figure that shit out. I got other shit I want to do, shit I want to create. I'm tired of this bullshit. I do not consent. I do not give my permission, etc., etc. Party's over. Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
Wholeness and power.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So, thank you all again, fam. I do want to, send a thanks. Let's give a hand clap to Sis Sandra. Okay. Thanks, Sis Sandra. Okay.
You're welcome.
For being
We love you, sis.
for being the upstanding Christian,
Teetotaler. A teetotaler.
Judean, proper family on the panel. Thank you for being civilized. Okay? Keeping us balanced. Thank you for keeping us heathens balanced.
Yeah,
thank you for that. So to all of the people who say that I MF and SB too much, you have Sis Sandra. So thank you, sis, for being proper.
You bring the fire, and that's what they love.
Thank you, sis. It's so much appreciated, my love. Okay,
that's funny.
All right. Thank you to nephew Nuwa. All right, nephew. Thank you for coming up with something on it. Okay. Thank you to Brother Odel. Brother Odel will catch up with you next week. Enjoy your day, Brother Odel from the UK. Thank you, brother. Okay. Thank you to Brother Sean, aka Unc, just for being you and being that savage Indian with me. Fuck them, all of that.
That's right.
You know, fuck you. Shit. Thank you, Brother Sean. Period. Shit. So thank you, Brother Sean. Because when he go off, you know it's something. Because he usually be in the cut. Yeah, because on his NPR voice, such and such show. Such and such so. We can't hear you, Brother Sean. Oh, such and such so. But when he come here, no, fuck that. Da-da-da. I'm like, turn up.
He set it up. He sets it up.
So I'm like, I ain't finna say nothing. Let that man do him. So shout out to Brother Sean. Shout out to the YouTube family. Shout out to the fam in the chat. Y'all be bringing it.
Yeah,
they really be throwing some good information. Shout out to Sis Miss Wright. Thanks, sis, for coming in the chat tonight. It was good to see you. Thank you for the information. And you and I are definitely going to get together and do some collabs, because I know you holding back. I can feel your vibration. You holding back. You got some stuff that you want to get out, and goddamn it, you're going to be able to get it out. So shout out to sis. Shout out to the YouTube family for watching, being patient with us tonight. We truly appreciate your love and support as well. All right. So, fam, we will be back next week. Hopefully Brother Odel can join us, and he'll come in and put something on the whole financial stuff that we've gone over these past couple weeks, and tie it into what is going on today and this major reset that we are witnessing. Okay, so we'll be back next week, fam. It really ain't that much to add. Again, it's all about you. It's all about your family, your bloodline. Go be a creator. Go create and do the things that you want to see in the world for yourself and your family. Go live it. Go do it. Go create it. Okay? Yeah. You have that power, right? So we love you all very much, fam. We will be back next week. So that's it, fam. We are Truth UnCompromised, fam. So peace and love. We are going to rock out with the close out music. Love y'all, fam.
Peace and love, baby. Everybody. Peace and love.
Hold this in power.